one unique, one special vibe.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden, so good that I'm rolling.
up, you scream. God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys hot here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't Should've spelled it out. Let me put it in a song. Every time you make that face, like crawling to a damaged space, out of sync and out of tune, that frequency I can't undo. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Why you look surprised when we've done this all before? I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt, somehow I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time I'll steal the show. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Stop drumming on my heart. Stop drumming on my heart. Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart.
monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty!
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close!
Great racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Another beautiful hot morning here in Puerto Portals, Mallorca. We're into day 3 of the regatta. Should be a much more normal Palma day. Ambition is to get 3 races away. Top of the table, it's still Alegre with a first and a second so far. In second, Sled are doing all they can to win the regatta, but they're also trying to hold on to, or improve indeed, on second place for the circuit. This is Don Cowie. Anyway, Don, things are going well for the Sled at the moment. Nice to have your owner back and getting near the top of the table.
Yeah, it's great to have Mr. Okura back here sailing with us. He's had a busy year, so we've missed him, but he's doing a really good job considering the amount of hours he's had on the tiller.
And what's the ambitions for the season now? You're poised in second.
Poised in second. I mean, it'd be nice to be poised in first. That's always the goal, but we're really quite happy with the way we've been going this year. Pretty consistent.
So what do you have to do between now and the end of the season, and how do you achieve that?
I think we've got the boat going well in these conditions, so hopefully we can claw a few points back on Quantum at this event, and then go into Puerto with the opportunity to win, which is always nice. But it'd be good to be on the podium for the season for sure.
And how does that affect your risk-reward balance every day, every race? You're always thinking of the end of the season, or what's your... You know, when Terry comes into this regatta saying they're looking to hold serve, that must be quite positive for you.
Yeah, I think you don't want to change your attitude towards winning every race when you get the opportunity. So we're not sailing to come second. We're sailing with every race to try and win it, and win the next 2 events if possible. I think if you start thinking about keeping your position as second and start defending when you've got all this racing to go, certainly not the way we're thinking.
Interesting, because we're seeing that, I think, a little bit with American Magic, just not pushing the envelope too much, balancing the risk and reward, losing a couple of places here and there. That must be good from your perspective.
Yeah, for sure it is, but they've got quite a buffer. It's quite a few points to pull back, and American Magic don't make a lot of mistakes. I mean, if they're happy to hang around in 4th and 5th, we have to hang around in 1st to beat them. So we're definitely in the attitude that we've got to take every race as trying to win it.
And the boat's going well generally. What's evolved for you this season?
Some new different light air sails. We haven't, which we built in Japan with Nobu, and they're working really well in these conditions here. So we're happy to keep racing every race we can in that sort of 8 to 12, 14 knot conditions. I mean, the first day was really tough for Mr. Okura because, as you saw, it was quite rough. So that was sort of threw him in the deep end on the first day. But yesterday he was really locked in, and I think that makes a big difference for all of us.
What does he like most about the Super Series, do you think? We obviously never see him. He's very, very much under the radar, but just give us an insight into why does he do it? What does he love about it?
I think he's a very competitive man through business. Most of these business type people are competitive, so he loves the competition. He loves the boats. They're a great size boat for racing, and if you ask him what you want to do next, he wants to be in the best racing. It's pretty hard not to sail TP52, so we think he likes the racing. I think he likes the team environment. We've got the United Nations on board pretty much, so it's a cool environment for him to step away from the office and come out here and race.
What do you love about it yourself?
Well, it's been a long time doing it now. So, I mean, look, the team environment for us, we've got a really cool team. We enjoy our own company, which is great, but also all the teams, you know, and that's why we're seeing it grow. It's the best racing there is, I think, in a keelboat, normal keelboat. I'm not a foiler or any of that sort of carry on. Close racing, can't get better racing, and a good environment.
Proper yachting.
Proper, it is proper. Yes, it's very, very right. It is proper yachting, and.
No, I say that because the cup's moving in an even more polarised direction. I think we've got a big fan base of people who regard it as proper yachting and will continue to follow it, of course.
Absolutely, and I think you're finding that more and more because there's no opportunities in the America's Cup for young people anymore, and one or two people maybe, and there's only 4 on board or 6 on board or whatever it is. But here we've got 11 to 14 people on board. Everyone's got a role. It's just great to see. It's normal.
Proper athletes as well. I mean, we still have big grinders, and they're always going to be a requisite on these boats.
Absolutely, because we're pulling sails up and down, and we're trimming sails in and out, not with buttons. So, we need everybody on a TP52 to do their role well, and you'll see that with the good teams. They're all good teams. We see the manoeuvres and everything pretty special, and that's, to me, is what yachting should be about.
Well, as we know, a lineup change on board Platoon Aviation, a hot new Italian bowman. We caught up with him.
Hi, I'm Matteo. I'm the bowman on Platoon, sailing this event in Portals. Looks like another great day in Palma. Sunny, hopefully some more breeze compared to yesterday and more steady.
Tell us about the job then. How has it been so far?
Well, it's been tough. It's been a tricky days these days, but we hope it's gonna get better, and probably solving the issues we had these days, and we're gonna have better feelings today.
What's it like for you coming into the team and straight onto the sharp end, where it's a lot of pressure?
I wouldn't say pressure. I mean, the team is helping quite a lot. Getting used to their way of doing things. So I think we're doing good that side. So let's see today.
What is the pressure on you? What do you have to do? What do you stick to first principles?
I mean, getting out of the starting line is the main goal, and then make sure everything works smoothly through the race. That's main goal.
And what have you been doing up to now before Super Series?
Well, we've been doing the Maxi 70 with the Django team and the Admiral, so we're kind of used with Vasco to sail together, so trying to get everything sorted also here.
And what does the circuit represent to you as a sailor?
Well, that's the best thing that can happen right now, so everyone wants to be here, and we'll try to do our best to stay in here and get to the top.
And do you learn from the other bowmen?
Sure. Every day you go out in the water, you learn something new. So, looking at the others is always a good way to improve.
What do you need to improve?
I would say everything. Yeah, no, I mean, there is always somewhere to improve. It's never enough.
And what's particular about the Platoon Aviation team for you?
I would say they all are really helpful and try to help you anywhere, anyhow. In any possible chance, they are super happy to give you a hand and just trying to get the best result, and that's it.
And you're of course much younger and better looking.
I wouldn't say, just younger. I would say.
Just younger. You've got Vasco.
Younger than him, I would say. That's it.
Okay. One thing working in Allegra's favour at the moment, they've a great family atmosphere ashore, great support. We caught up with Sebastian Tenghag, the project manager. And we're out there, a really good mood through the team. It's nice to be back in Puerto Portals, a regatta venue you really seem to like. You have the families round, entirely different.
Yes, this has always been the last few years. We run this as all the families or everyone who wants, they're invited to come, and it creates a great atmosphere. And it's always nice that we can so far produce nice results as well.
It makes a difference to the sailing team.
Absolutely. It's more, I wouldn't say more relaxed because it never is, but it's nice to have your family around and
you feel support.
Exactly. good support.
And it's about showing your kids what you do for a job.
Well, exactly right. You know, they hear about all these things, and oh, you have to go away again. Oh, you're going on holidays? No, but you know, it's like that, and it's nice to, and you know, the age range is quite different. But now most of us have kids that sort of understands this, and
They've grown up together, some of them. Eh?
yeah, exactly. So they're good friends, and this is the week then they come together and enjoying themselves.
And are they some of them your worst critics?
Always, particularly my son.
Say, Dad, why you last?
Yeah, exactly. So no, it's all good. It's very nice. It's very nice.
And let's look back to the highlights of yesterday, just that one and only race, but a good race. Another warm morning here in Puerto Portales. It's going to be a very dynamic day with thunderstorms coming in the afternoon. A window to go racing perhaps in the morning. At the top of the table, Allegra followed by Vayu and Alpha Plus. Let's see how the day plays out. So race 2 gets away, about 7 to 8 knots of breeze. It's reasonably solid. The wind angle is about 250 degrees. Good start from Sled. Criolla off the pin end of the line. Sled about 3 boats up. Paprec get a really strong start further up the fleet. Up the first beat, they early lead us with the Paprec, but Sled nailed the ley line, get round the top mark with the lead. Sled round first, Criolla second, third, Paprec, Allegra fourth, American Magic coming round the top mark in fifth. Down the first run, it's Sled leading all the way through the leeward gate, and on the second run, Allegra managed to out-jibe American Magic through the finish line. It's a win for Sled. Allegra gets second, American Magic third, and Allegra extend their lead at the top of the table. Ominous dark clouds over the start of race number 3. The breeze is fine, no off the start line. American Magic get away nicely from the pin end of the line. No sooner as we get up the first part of the beat than the race is abandoned because of thunderstorms rolling in from the west. So after 2 races, Allegra lead on 3 points. Second are Sled on 8 points. American Magic, Quantum Racing on 8. Fourth are Alpha Plus on 11, and so too Preveza, fifth also on 11 points. Well, there we go. That was the highlights of yesterday's one and only race before the thunderstorms rolled in. A little bit of rain in the north of the island. But forecast for today is very much better. We have this cross offshore breeze. And although we've got a small delay just waiting for the breeze to settle down, it's going to be an interesting, challenging day, Katie, isn't it? With this, this breeze blowing off the land.
Yeah, it's another different day of racing here. We've had 3 days with kind of completely different conditions, which I think to me makes a really good regatta. But yeah, so far today the breeze has been a little bit further right than what we've seen what I've seen forecast for today. It's been sitting around 320 and it's been gradually clocking left over the last sort of 20 minutes or so. Still really nice breeze at the bottom here, but I think it's gone a little bit lighter at the top. But I'm hoping that as the breeze clocks slightly further left into the forecast direction, that we should get that forecasted breeze coming, and I think we should get some really good racing in.
What would be the challenges immediately going upwind towards the land then?
I think, well, anyone who's been to Palma knows all about the big hills, big mountains, especially if you've ever tried cycling up them. But yeah, I think there's a lot of they're pretty high. But yeah, I mean, offshore breezes are always quite tricky when there's quite high land, because you'll get kind of the wind. The wind can't go straight over these high mountains. They has to go around them, so you'll probably get some wind bends coming in, and then I think it'll just make for a really tricky race course depending on what the boats are heading towards geographically on the shore.
Mm-hmm. So big shifts in wind direction potentially, and wind pressure, and really hard to remain consistent over the course of the day. We're hoping for 3 races, is that right?
Yeah, 3 races is a schedule, and I think because we've got the daylight to be able to make that happen, it might be a bit of a later one, but I think at this point in the regatta there'll be definitely pushing to get those 3 races in. We've got 7 more races or 8 more races to get done this regatta, so I think they're definitely going to be pushing for the 3 races today, and I'm honestly super hopeful. It seems really nice out here at the moment down by the start line, and hopefully the wind comes in at the top and it'll be some really glam racing.
Now, how difficult is a 3-race day for these teams in terms of, as I say, being consistent over the course of the day and dealing with the inevitable ups and downs?
Yeah, it's going to be hard from multiple different angles. It's going to be hard in terms of keeping switched on, and on a day like this where it's potentially quite tricky as well, tactically, and quite hard work, potentially lots of changing around depending on what the wind's doing, and potentially a lot of waiting. Is being switched on, especially for the afterguards of these boats, is going to be really hard and really important. And then for the crew as a whole, actually just keeping energized and keeping the energy levels kind of all the way to the end of the day is really hard when it's this hot out here. And yeah, they're gonna have a bit of a struggle. And I think the interesting thing I think on the boats will be that everyone kind of will manage these delays a bit differently. I know that in the 49er, me and my helm we've discussed this. We have completely different strategies for coping with delays. She likes to be switched on, be ready. She stays in the game, and I'm like, I'm walking away. I'm going to go and sit down and have a nap. So there's lots of different strategies, which will be it'll be interesting on these boats how everyone manages that and how they allow themselves or the rest of the teammates to kind of do what they need to do to be energized throughout the day. But 3 race days are always tricky, but you add the potentially tricky racing into it, and you add the heat and dehydration, and it's a whole different kettle of fish.
It's not as humid as it was, though, is it? I mean, I'm not on the water, but it has been very humid these last few days, which really adds to the discomfort.
Yeah, today is a lot more bearable, actually. The first day especially was really sticky and really, it was quite uncomfortable out here. But today the breeze feels a bit cooler, it feels a bit cleaner almost, if that makes any sense. But it's definitely, it feels like you can breathe. It's not stiflingly hot, but it's still a long time to be out in the sun, especially because all the boats at the moment have got their mains up because there's still some wind down here, and I think they're still fully cocked, ready to go as soon as Maria pulls that trigger. And I think, so they're going to be out in the sun. That's going to be the hard bit. The sun is intense in the summer over here, so that'll be a hard thing for them, I think.
Just looking at the regatta leaders there on board Allegra, certainly looking pretty relaxed there. I think. What do you think Paul Goodison brings to the programme in this kind of situation with his experiences, loads of experience on board, but brings a different energy and a huge amount of experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming from the Olympic sailing background, and he will have spent so much time in Palma as well, I think there is actually quite a lot of differences between kind of how people that have come through the Olympic programs, whereas people coming through the big boat programs, like they're actually quite different worlds, and they approach campaigns and you approach the way you kind of do things is really different. So actually I think having that crossover is really useful, and it brings something else it'll bring something to Allegre. And as I said, like he's spent a lot of time in Palma, and he is an incredibly good sailor, and coming from a single-hander, he'll be having to do all the tactics himself. So and he's shown that over the last 2 days that he can really switch it on here, and in the really tricky conditions he can really kind of get on top of what's going on that race course.
Yeah, and he's not a bad cyclist. I think he'll probably add to the Allegre peloton. He'll be laying down some challenges there, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, laser sailors. You don't want to go cycling with laser sailors and
once
America's
a laser sailor, always a laser sailor.
The two
from that
people
perspective.
you don't want to cycle with.
Yeah, is that the voice of experience?
Absolutely.
Is it?
Oh yeah, I've made that mistake many times.
And we'll carry on making it.
Oh, absolutely. It's always a good idea until it's happening, and then you're like, oh no.
Why am I doing
I've
this?
made a terrible mistake.
Anyway, we're
Yep.
talking there with Don Cowie about the risk-reward balance, particularly for them, because they're lying second overall for the regatta, second overall for the circuit at the moment, but all the time, if they want to win, they've got to keep chipping away at American Magic. But looking at the circuit standings, you say it's still they have a 29-point deficit as of today against American Magic, and they're 16.5 points ahead of Paprec. Alcedo Vitamina in fourth, they are at 154. Platoon Aviation 159. So what we're looking at the potential for Platoon Aviation of making the podium. They really have to start putting in good results today and the next couple of days and come out really swinging in Porto Cervo. Looking at Allegra then, Allegra 6th overall. They were actually, I think, 8th when they were coming here, so things moving very much in the right direction for them. They really had a bumpy season with 2 tenths and a 6th so far at the first 3 regattas. Alpha Plus on 171.5. Vayu just 1.5 points behind them. Prevetsa 186. Phoenix 203. Gladiator 213. Teasing Machine 265. And Criolla 280. So, I mean, we were Katie, I was talking with Hugh Stiles, who's the coach of Criolla, and he was just talking about how they can approach the remainder of the season, trying to hold, as well as Terry Hutchison calls it, hold serve or improve. But you know, when you look ahead to Porto Cervo, there's so many teams kind of converging, challenging and trying to improve all the time. It's looking like a thrilling finale.
Yeah, I mean, when you say the points differences, it sounds like a lot, but in reality, when you think about it, you could lose that lead in 2 races easily. You have 2 bad races. There's no discards in this circuit, which is what I say is, which is really savage, because you make one mistake and you're at the back of the fleet because it's such a tight fleet, and then suddenly you're getting 12th, 13th, or the high numbers on that scoreboard, and that points gap just disappears. And I think we've got 18 races left potentially of the season, and that is a whole lot of points to still be played for. So actually, things could absolutely change. Even by the end of today, we could see massive switch-ups in kind of the podium for the overall season standings.
On a 3-race day like today, when fingers crossed we get 3. But you obviously know Hugh Stiles pretty well. What's he bring to a programme as a coach specifically?
Yeah, I know Hugh super well actually. He was he coached me when I was sailing the NACRA a few years ago, and he's an incredible coach. He brings such a calm presence to a team, and he was always super calm and super enthusiastic as well. And you really kind of when someone you feel that they're enthusiastic and you feel that they're passionate, you really feed off that. And that's something that I really valued in he was a coach, was the enthusiasm he brought, but as also he cares about the people, he cares about people as individuals, he'll care about the team, and I think that is really valuable in a coach, and people feed off that. Ultimately, making successful teams.
And when you have a bad day, he's there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. He was always there for me when I had a bad day, or if I don't know, fallen off the boat and got run over or whatever it may be. He was always there to scoop me up in the rib.
He's very much a glass half full
shoulder
kind
to cry
of guy.
on.
He's very much a glass half full kind of guy, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway,
he's so positive, and he's so, as I said, he's so enthusiastic. He's really great.
I think he's doing a fantastic job with the with the Alcedo team, and it's for sure it's one of these situations where it's the right man for the job with that particular team at the moment. And we're going to watch and see how they progress on this first season. They've had a great season so far, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they can hold it up all the way through to the end of Porto Cervo, coming under increasing pressures. His exact words were today that they're very much a junior team, and some of the senior teams now pushing up from behind, so there's going to be lots of pressure in towards Porto Cervo. A few quick shots of the Gladiator then, the team you know super well. Not the best regatta for them so far, some ups and downs and a little bit of tension here and there. What's your interpretation? What do they have to do? They look pretty relaxed just now, but they need a couple of good results to get themselves back into the mindset, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. I think they're all actually feeling super positive on board. I mean, even though they've not had the best couple of days, I know that I sat in their debrief yesterday and they were actually feeling super positive about the way that they sailed. And I think sometimes that's the way with sailing. The results don't always reflect how good the day has been on the boat. And I think they seem to be, hopefully they're kind of finding their feet again and kind of getting that positivity back, getting the confidence back, and sailing really well together as a team again. And I think that's what ultimately will hopefully lead to some more kind of better results for the rest of the racing. But yeah, I think the mood in camp was actually super positive still, so I think that's good. I think as soon as you let that mood kind of, or let it kind of get to you and start thinking negatively about things, that's when it's kind of over. But there's absolutely none of that over there. They're all pretty happy.
And you've managed to spend a little bit of time with Ray Davis, have you? Got to know him a bit?
Yeah, for sure. I've kind of got to know him over the season. He's been here with in the Super Series, and he's done a fair bit of sailing over in Cowes as well. So yeah, I've got to know him relatively well, and he again just adds, similar to Hugh in terms of like just the calming presence, and the amount of knowledge he has is insane. You're kind of talking to him and you're like, yeah, you just know a lot. And yeah, he's a really nice guy, really calming presence on the team. I don't think you'll ever hear him raise his voice or get a bit aggy or any of that. There's none of that. He's a really good addition to the team for sure.
He has nothing to prove, has he? And he has no ego whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's literally, you just described him to a T. There's nothing to prove and no ego. There's no, you don't feel any of that when you're talking to him. He's just a really humble, really nice, really happy guy essentially, which is really, really great.
Fantastic. Anyway, Casey, let's have a quick look at the regatta standings. They've only done the 2 races. We're on hold for the moment. A quick summary then. Allegre have a 5-point lead after 2 races ahead of Sled, who are in the same points tally, 8 each for Sled and American Magic. Alpha Plus and Provezza also on 11, Criolla on 12, Vayu on 13, 3-point gap back to Platoon Aviation on 16 also for Alcedo Vitamina, 17 for Paprec, Gladiator on 18, and Teasing Machine on 24. So that's the points standings at the moment. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and hopefully we'll get a warning signal fairly soon, but stay with us in the meantime.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close.
Great racing, sled catching American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Remember, I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this.
the waves. Let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me up harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me up harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this.
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone. Laughing or crying, you're all alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is on gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. He said to be polite. The only way to get what you want, the only way they like you, is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out, black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is on gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. Climbing to your bright future, even though you're dying. You fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again, now blinded by beauty. You tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood, but it's better good. You know I come from pain. Say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is on gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. You are
night just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
Racing Circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns? Great racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my god.
Welcome back then to Puerto Portals and the Bay of Palma. We are seeing the breeze having filled in. We see the breeze has actually moved round in direction. Katie Dabson, give us an update. We're looking like we're going into a warning, or we're inside the warning signal.
Yeah, so we're just under 4 minutes to go now to the start. Wind is tracked a little bit more around to the left, which is a little bit closer to the forecast direction. Still swinging around a little bit. You got around 12 to 14 knots, and the sea state is actually building quite a bit, which I think is really great for the racers. Not so great for my seasickness, but we are where we are.
Oh dear.
And yeah, I think it's going to be a really nice day. Yeah, me and the Bay of Palma have some history with seasickness and the waves.
Oh dear. Anyways, we have a breeze at 260 degrees now, so moved right round into the
it's
sea
moved
breeze
right
direction.
round, so it's a little bit less offshore now. Yeah, it's getting closer to that direction, so potentially see a slightly more stable breeze if it's coming less off the land. As I said, it's still swinging around a little bit, not those massive shifts, so it's not kind of going all the way back round towards the 300s, which we were seeing at the start of the day, but I think there's still those little shifts, and you've still got the land. It is slightly still offshore, so it is still going to have those land effects, but slightly less than what we thought we might get from today's racing.
And how do you think the mood is among the teams at the moment? They're well used to this having to wait.
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty well rehearsed at the whole standby to standby situation. Yeah, I think they would have just been, keeping their heads in the game, probably, just hanging out. But yeah, as soon as Maria comes on the radio with the comms that they're going to start going again, you can see them all shift into gear again. They're all kind of chase boats go over to the race boats, offloading sails, getting sails on the boat, sails up, people up the masts. Yeah, they completely shift gear as soon as Maria says something on the radio.
On board then with the Gladiator. Certainly seem to be quite nicely powered up. We see there Gigi Parada on Tony Langley's left shoulder. Ray Davis to starboard there, the strategist giving his valued input. And the legendary Jeff Povey there, poised on the runner. We're at a minute, just coming up to a minute to go. What's your evaluation of the start line, Katie? What do you feel like you'd like to do on this first upwind?
I think from what we've seen from the other days, I think the boats that have really paid off, or that have kind of got to the top of the fleet, are kind of a clear start, with not battling necessarily for being the pin boat or the committee boat, like the boat. Just trying to keep a bit clearer of everyone, and then
you see that just now, it's Katie.
Make it so that you can make that first decision on your own.
We're just seeing a penalty to Gladiator, which just as the camera panned to a different shot, I was just very, very close between the Paprec and Gladiator. That's going to put the past world champions on the back foot off the start line. That really was super close with the Paprec. Coming into the final seconds before the start, Alcedo bow down, punching in for the pin end start, looking further up the line. A little bit scrappy at the committee boat end of the line. American Magic coming through nicely with a perfect start, I think. All clear, indeed. So that really was a disaster for Gladiator, tacking much too close to Paprec. But a really good start there from American Magic. Out number 36 there in the foreground is, of course, Alquero, getting away very nicely indeed. And looking like, I think it's Teasing Machine late off the line as well. And there we go, there you see Alquero really nicely powered up off the line. American Magic, Katie had a great start, really absolutely inch perfect with a good pace.
Yeah, we see that so often from them, that kind of midline start, absolutely nailing that time on distance. We saw it in the first race. They were very close to the line, pretty squeaky start from what I saw. Their bow number was completely exposed on the line, but yeah, super punchy. But yeah, they really are kind of absolute experts at that midline start and just punching out from the fleet, giving themselves a pretty nice lane and yeah, making it easy for themselves.
Indeed, I mean, I was again, I was just, it was so close. I was almost amazed that Maria said clear start, but all credit to the American Magic Quantum Racing team. That's why they are the many times world champions and 52 Super Series champions, and a great afterguard. Sarah Stone really has grown into the role as navigator, considering she started pretty much with a clean sheet at the beginning of the year. But at the same time then Gladiator have a mountain to climb. Allegri going nicely just now. The regatta leaders though have work to do. They're in 8th just now. Sled super powered up there. Seem to have themselves a fairly decent lane. Certainly nobody troubling them in particular just now. But the breezes come in really nicely, Katie, just on cue. On board briefly with Paprec now. Jostling for position as the Gladiator come across the stern of Criolla. Gladiator look to be getting back into this reasonably rapidly. Let's keep our eyes focused on Sled a little bit on this upwind. They really, the hallmarks so far have been really keeping things super simple. As Murray Jones said last night, it was about their lay line and getting across the fleet when they did yesterday. They're very nicely positioned out on that right side. Gladiator and Paprec coming back together again as Alquero come back on port. Alquero are going to have to decide what they're doing. Probably don't want to tack back again, however they are. Gladiator tack away. Allegri really seemed to have some momentum. So Allegri have done an update since Cascais, and Seb Ten Hag, the project manager, was saying that he certainly feels things have moved in the right direction. And come what may, it would be great to see Allegri back on a regatta podium. There's Paul Goodison just leaning in to keep Andy updated. Riola in third, they are in that group on the right, just to leeward of Allegri. We were just watching Sled coming back to the left a little bit. The American Magic to weather of Allegri. How are you seeing this upwind evolving, Katie?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that it's not just a day of kind of picking a corner and slamming it in that corner. You've seen a lot of the boats kind of like putting a couple of tacks in on those shifts. Most of them are heading out to the right hand side now on port, but it's honestly a really tricky one to call. I think it just completely depends on what kind of shifts you get at the top of this beat. But I think TZ Machine and Gladiator have done quite a good job after being quite far back on that start to kind of getting back to kind of in touching distance within the pack. But yeah, I think we're going to see lots of kind of crossing and tacking for to try and get good lanes and stuff like that on the top bit of this beat. But it's really hard to tell. But I think American Magic start, and they've had good speed up this upwind, and they're kind of in the middle of the course, giving themselves options. I quite like the look of where they are at the moment, so we'll see how they go. And Allegri as well, kind of similar story with them, but I think both of those two are looking pretty good to me at the moment.
Now we're just watching Platoon Aviation out on the right, just close to Sled. Platoon Aviation really need a strong result this time, but a much better view of them there. Allegra then, Will Ryan, Paul Goodison putting their faith in the right a little bit, as indeed our Sled there just behind them. Riola quite nicely, Provezza quite nicely in touch there. In the meantime, a nice even breeze across the race course. The Vets are too, another team who need some good scores. Put together a series. It's been a little bit patchy for them at times this year so far. Finished in Cascais in 11th. However, they're 5th just now and really have every chance of getting up onto the podium. They've won here in 2017, I think it was, their first ever win as a team. Navigator on Provezza is known as the Wizard of Palma Bay, Nacho Postigo. Certainly knows his way around the bay as Allegri set up for their attack. Alpha Plus going really well just now. Boat which has always done well in the light to moderate conditions. Started life as the Luna Rossa DP52 going back way back when. But Katie, then the top three boats just now very close together in the more in the middle of the course. Alpha Plus has the advantage of being slightly to weather of Provezza and American Magic. Sled, as we said before, just sailing their own race really. Going to stay out of the traffic. As Don Cowie said, he's really happy with the boat's speed, particularly upwind in these conditions. There we go, we see Sled tacking back out, and will be quite a bit behind these top three boats. So Katie, looking good for American Magic.
As we approach this starboard ley line.
Go on, Katie, yes.
Yeah, I was about to say, as we approach the starboard ley line, American Magic, I think, are going to be thinking about, they've got the boats to windward of them, they've got Alpha Plus, they've got Provezza, and they're going to be thinking about how they play this ley line. And we see this, again, I was saying yesterday, kind of we see this ley line being such a critical point of this race, and whether they're going to have the power of being on starboard when they tack back across. So are they going to try and tack early and force Alpha Plus and Provezza to either duck them or tack underneath? Or how they play this ley line could be absolutely critical for where they come out at this windward mark. I think it could either be a kind of race leading manoeuvre, or they could end up potentially losing out to Alpha Plus depending on where they tack. So I think that's definitely one to watch on this ley line.
Indeed, we're just saying how they have given up the odd boat here and there just in terms of being conservative, because they have this the circuit lead that they're protecting. They want to sail super clean, minimise the risks. So maybe they'll go out to ley line. But there's so little in it really.
Yeah, from here it's looking like they've kind of gone to the ley line. And you've got Alpha Plus that have actually gone underneath them, as have Provezza. So actually, yeah, as you were kind of saying, they seem to be trying to minimise the risk here, and maybe potentially accepting that they don't want to engage too much with the two boats and going off their own instruments and their own ley lines, rather than trying to force tactical boat on boat scenarios.
Interesting, Katie. You just call it into the windward mark. Certainly seeing a gain just now to Vitamina, to Alcedo. Cam Appleton there, the tactician, just talking to Andrea Lacorte. Go on, Katie. Yes.
This top left has come in really strong again, I think. As we saw in yesterday's racing, that Criolla came in, and the race we did yesterday, they came in from the top left and actually managed to kind of squeak round in second. And this top left has come in really well again. Alcedo's actually just come in on port, tacked underneath Alpha Plus, which to me looks like an incredibly squeaky ley line. I think they might end up actually having to shoot the mark. Yeah, really squeaky. I think they might end up having to shoot the mark, which is definitely going to impact all of the boats behind them, because they're not going to be able to bear away until Alcedo's round that mark. So that's literally what's happening in front of me right now. Alcedo's actually just managed to get on the inside and nip round in first position with Alpha Plus just on top of them. But Alpha Plus definitely has control over this little spreader leg, because they're on top of Alcedo, so that's a tricky position for Alcedo to be in when they round this mark. Do they jibe off? Do they straight set? But really close at the top here. You've got Alcedo, Alpha Plus, Paprec, Gladiator, who sailed a really nice upwind. That left came in super strong for them. I think really nice recovery from that less than ideal start. But yeah, most of the boats at the moment are on this spreader leg, which is really not a very long leg at all. So to have kind of 10 52s on this spreader leg is insane.
It is, isn't it? But I mean, great recovery from Paprec and Gladiator. Also nice to see Alcedo Vitamina out leading a race. Sailed that really impeccably. Nerves of steel coming in some respects, tacking under the ley line, just knowing they had the opportunity to squeeze inside the leader. So credit to the French team on Paprec. A little bit blanketed, being dirty air from the boats above them, American Magic and Gladiator. We were just saying, Katie, that conservative ley line for American Magic probably costing them a couple of places. But they are rolling over Gladiator quite quickly.
Yeah, American Magic really managed to get the roll on Gladiator there. I know that's something that Gladiator had identified as kind of something that it happened in a race. In the first race of the regatta, they got rolled by, I think it was sled, so not the position that they want to be in again. But having looked at their hoist, I think they had some issues with their kite on the hoist. Wasn't quite filling as quickly as American Magic's was, and it's literally just those tiny mistakes that can cause you your position and cause you the controlling position. So yeah, Gladiator's in a bit of a sticky situation here, in a bit of dirt from the boats around them, but with everyone carrying on down this side of the run, I think it would, and the position that they're in, I think it would be a pretty big call to be trying to jibe out at this point early. So I think all of the boats that are on this in that procession going downwind on starboard, they're all just going to be really trying to go as fast as they can and not get too affected by the boats around them, so that they can be in a good position to jibe back when they can.
So Alcedo Vitamina leading. Alpha Plus in second. Paprec getting themselves up to third after that less than ideal start. Good recovery from Gladiator. So as ever on American Magic, it's about chipping away. It's just, as Katie says, doing the next right thing. Gladiator rolling up to them just very slightly. Gonna get down inside them. But Alcedo didn't really have the didn't have a great Worlds, finishing up in fifth. They won 2 races in Cascais, but bookended their regatta with a 10th on day one, a 10th on the last day in Cascais. It'll be nice to see the Italian team see if they can hold on. Great afterguard there. See Cam Hamilton there in the fully covered up there with his face protection, and Andrea Lacorte steering.
Just be ready. Okay, he's going. You go a little further.
The navigator there, Niccolo Sanfelice, young Italian navigator, ready to call the jibe. So Alcedo happy to carry on down this run now that even with Alpha Plus and Paprec have jibed. American Magic coming with. Gladiator jibe. Katie, your thoughts on Alcedo carrying on for a little bit further?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not leading the pack back, or if you slightly miss your chance to jibe on the boats behind you, then it leaves you in a slightly tricky position because you don't want to just jibe straight into their dirt. So actually, I think not a bad decision from them if they missed that opportunity. But also they might be thinking about whether Alpha Plus and Paprec are kind of close enough together that they're going to be affecting each other, trying to sail each other a bit higher, trying to keep just having a little bit of a battle. So they're potentially thinking as well, okay, we'll just let those guys engage with each other. They can create some distance between Alcedo and Alpha Plus and Paprec, and then the rest of the fleet as well. So that's probably what they're thinking there, I would assume.
Indeed. Not too many place changes behind, but it is pretty close between Pravezza and Criolla. Allegra then regatta leaders down in 8th. Wonder what options there are for the regatta leaders. Let's watch and see, but certainly at the moment, key thing for them is they are ahead of Sled. But the way things are standing just now, I think American Magic, there's what, 6 points between them, in American Magic and 4 points between Allegra and American Magic. So at the moment, Allegra would still be leading the regatta by 3 points. But Katie, then the form book a little bit unsettled, undisturbed. Considering we're seeing Sled close to the back, Allegra down in 8th. It was really all about that.
I think if I was on either
Go on, Katie.
Yeah, if I was on Allegra or Sled right now, I would be probably not too happy with where I am, but I also wouldn't be panicking because, as we saw on that first upwind, like if Gladiator, for example, can come from being essentially last off the start line with a penalty to rounding up in 4th, there is heaps of opportunities out on this race course, and I think they've just got to focus on doing the next right thing and trying to take the gains where they can. I think Sled potentially made the mistake on that first upwind by doing what they normally do, which I think is a really solid strategy of kind of racing their own race, but they committed super hard to that right hand side, which in Palma you wouldn't typically think, oh, let's go to Palma and kind of bang the right. So they obviously have seen something over in that direction that they wanted to get into, but I think they just kind of need a bit of a reset on their upwind strategy for this next upwind, but there is heaps of opportunities out here, as we just saw on that first upwind.
But the positions at the moment really dictated by the setting up exactly precisely on the ley line, and Alcedo did that best, as you say, in that when it comes in strong from the left at the top mark. Alcedo got that right, Paprec got that right, American Magic gave up a couple of places, but they certainly have the ability to keep chipping away and taking places here and there. So change to the upwind mark, I think we're here in Katie, are we?
Yeah, so they've moved the upwind mark 5 degrees to the left, so the bearing is now 255 instead of 260, which means that the wind will have shifted slightly to the left, which will explain why that top left was so strong and how Gladiator and Alcedo both managed to kind of come in super strong on that left-hand side. But they've adjusted the course to reflect that. I still do think there'll be heaps of opportunities out there to make those gains, but it might not be as heavily favoured to that left-hand side. But I think it's out there to it might not be left-hand side. But I think we'll see. Alcedo's still choosing to go round the left-hand mark, so they're still wanting to go out to that left-hand side, as are Alpha Plus. So the kind of leaders of the race still seem to be pretty convinced that they want to be going out to that left-hand side. But we'll see if any of the boats split from them. We'll see how they end up going.
Paprec looking like they might go to the right. Probably just looking to try and keep some clear air, considering how close American Magic and Criolla and Provezza would be behind them. But Paprec a little bit slowed, I would say, going to that right mark. Nice drop from American Magic, super conservative, and rounding up nicely. Criolla and Provezza overlapped. New Provezza, old Provezza. Gladiator going to the right hand mark, looking upwind, with Allegra just behind. It's so close all the way through the fleet.
Yeah, it's crazy to me how we're 25 minutes into a race and the boats are all kind of within boat lengths of each other. It's absolutely insane, and I just love watching the boat on boat. You've got Sled and Platoon here going round the mark at essentially the same time, Platoon having to give Sled mark room, and the boats are super close. It's really cool racing. Platoon looking like they're trying to just get the inside on Sled at the last minute, but I don't think they can quite hold it just because of their angle upwind. It's a bit of a tight lane, but yeah, heaps of action all the way through the fleet.
So let's see how this second beat of race 3 plays out. Good news is the breeze is in. We're trying to put in a 3-race day. As Katie rightly pointed out in our earlier in our broadcast, we have time on our side. Our owner's dinner, I think, was a couple of nights ago. So no social functions likely to impinge on the schedule. And I know that all the sailors and our race management team keen to try and get as many races in, having lost 2 so far. On board then with American Magic, Harry Melges the fourth there on the helm. Now then, from my point of view, I would say that Alpha Plus look fairly comfortable in second just now. Get about 140 metres or so. But Katie, Alpha Plus going quick in these conditions. We know they're fast in the light to moderate conditions. But really sailing very well indeed.
Yeah, they're going really quick in these. Yeah, they're sailing super well actually, and they've got themselves a really clear lane, and I think out onto the side, which to me looks pretty favoured at the moment, I'd be looking pretty happy. They're actually pulling forward a little bit, I think, on Alcedo. They are a bit fluid, but yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable in this stuff.
Anyway, it was great to see Alcedo going well. Andrea Lacorte is such a passionate owner, so keen to learn. I say we were talking with Hugh Stiles, the coach, before the boats docked out, and he was just saying there's such passion through the team, such proactivity. I think overall slightly disappointed in Cascais, having made the podium in Bayona. This is much more manageable conditions. A great focus as Andrea. That's something that his team have said since the very, very beginning. Remember, this is just their first season with the 52 Super Series. Andrea came from the Club Swan 50 circuit, and hopefully maybe for next season we'll be welcoming a few more teams from the Club Swan 50s. American Magic working this left, Paprec going to the right. We saw them go round the right hand mark. Evenly balanced between the two of them. So Katie, absolutely perfect Palma conditions. Another couple of knots of breeze wouldn't do any harm, but it's manageable. It's really good solid breeze, and as you said, enough shifts on the race course to make sure there's still opportunities to come back and of course conversely lose places. I'm loving this battle between Paprec and American Magic just now, third and fourth. Certainly top four boats really, there's nothing much in it. One shift, one way or another could change the that ranking. Meantime, Allegra and Sled, top two boats on the regatta rankings, fighting back as best they can in 8th and 9th positions. How's it looking where you are, Katie?
Yeah, actually a relatively even race course at the moment to me. It's really interesting looking at the tracking, the tails on all of the boats on the tracking. You can see those slight shifts kind of happening as they're going along. You can see the boats slightly coming up or slightly going down, and actually to me it looked like out on that right hand side Paprec had a little bit of a lift on that right hand side, so the wind looked like it shifted left a bit, so they had a really good angle, and then it looks to potentially like they've gained a bit coming back from that right hand side. But again, I still think that top left is strong, so and that's where they kind of look like they're heading to. But yeah, like the tracking is fascinating to me. It's just seeing all of the slight changes and subtle changes in their angles that they're sailing.
So there you go, that's the projected points at the moment. If positions stayed the same through the finish line, Allegra would be leading by a single point over Alpha Plus and American Magic, and a gap back to Criolla. It's changing all the time. Great to see Alpha Plus up there. They have been knocking on the door of the podium a couple of times in back end of last season in particular and early in the season, so whether Edo Stead can be the catalyst to a podium finish, let's wait and see. But at the moment they're doing everything right. I think if anything they've gained a little bit on Alcedo. Back on board with Allegra about 70 metres or so behind the Gladiator. So, Katie, this should be pretty much the wind direction for the day, you would imagine, and so good for the sailors to learn the geometry of the course, which they'll carry forward into the second race and potentially the third race of the day. What's paying, what works.
Yeah, the first race is always kind of the easiest to win in theory if you know what's going on, because if you can switch on earlier to the day, then you've got an advantage, but it's obviously never that easy in practice. But yeah, everyone, I think the afterguard's going to be like constantly kind of keeping an eye on what's happening on the race course and trying to figure that out and figure out what that's going to look like for the rest of the day. But this direction I think should hold. I think these are the conditions we should hopefully have all day. So yeah, hopefully after this they can kind of have a chat, sit down and kind of formulate a plan, and we'll maybe see kind of see some changes in strategies for those boats that didn't do so well in this race, and we'll see how that plays out.
Interesting. Certainly Paprec seemed to have gone quite nicely up this upwind, but obviously the camera angle foreshortens the leverage that Alcedo have. For sure, I think Paprec have moved nicely clear of American Magic for the moment, but as Katie said, and as we saw in the previous upwind, you want to be to the left coming into this top mark. Let's watch how the French come back. We're just seeing them doing that now.
I think Paprec sailed a really nice beat up this one. As I said, kind of watching the tracking, watching the tail on their tracking, you can see them kind of, they've put in quite a few tacks, and they've clearly been thinking about exactly where they want to tack on which shifts they want to tack on, and they've definitely made some meters back in this race, and I think that was a really good, that shows just the experience of the sailors on board with and I think that was a really impressive and really kind of technical upwind by them.
Indeed, certainly closed Alcedo a little bit and potentially through Alpha Plus, but again, a lot can happen before this windward mark. Just watching Alpha Plus coming in a little left here. We saw the lefty, the lift last time. Actually, Alpha Plus have closed up to Alcedo in the end. We're going to have a really exciting final downwind. Nothing in it between Alcedo, Paprec and Alpha Plus. Big picture though, American Magic very much on target in terms of finishing in the top 4 in every race. Top 4, top 5 will do them in the meantime. And once again, a nice ley line from Alcedo. Cameron Appleton there just talking Andrea Lacorte into the mark. So well done Paprec as well. Loic Perron posted a little video this morning with the team, just detailing how things had gone badly wrong in their I think it was their first race. They were 12th. Yeah, first race they were 12th. They did a little video that was basically how to lose a race in the 52 Super Series, just running through the things that happened that contributed to that. They actually made a good start to the race, but then they had a problem with the primary winch, which required them to just stall head to wind for a few seconds, and from there it went downhill. And that was their 12th in race 1. They had a 5th yesterday, and absolutely, Katie, taking it to Alcedo. French team's boat handling is really crisp. as you might expect from a team that have been together for so long.
Yeah, you can, watching them is actually, it's really cool to watch how they work as a team. And as we were saying on the first day when it was a bit wavier, just watching their kinetics on board, watching how they all move as a team, like you can tell that they are a super experienced team with each other. Like they've managed to kind of get the kite up, get the staysail up, everything's set way before Alcedo, which was super impressive by them, and it means that they've managed to get the inside lane on them here, so really nice hoist by Paprec there.
Allegra have got themselves up to the 5th for the meantime, but it's so close in the body of the fleet. I think we're going to see some fireworks through the finish line. Bayou down in 9th, Sled in 8th.
You can already see the teams kind of switching on to what kind of day it is. On the top of that second upwind, a lot more boats decided they wanted to be on that port ley line. They wanted to be on the left-hand side of the top of the beat, so you had a lot more of the fleet on that side. So clearly they've kind of learned from the first beat upwind, and they're thinking, okay, changing strategies all the time. But this downwind, interestingly, you've got a lot more of a split actually. You've got Quantum, there's a bit of a gap between the top 4 and then the rest of the fleet. Quantum in 4th, the back of that front bunch, they clearly feel like they've got enough space behind them to be able to try and attack these front 3 boats and potentially try and make a gain by doing the more risky move here. So potentially not their normal strategy of like the inches. They've gone for a bit more of a punchy strategy there, but I think they've got a bit of space to do it with a bit of a gap behind them to the 5th boat.
Now Paprec jibed earlier and going across to the left. Alcedo electing to carry on. They're jibing now. I don't think there's too much in it between Alcedo and Paprec. Maybe Paprec can get through and score their first race win here. Really nothing in it just now. So I think the threat is probably really actually from American Magic out on that left side. Saw some great racing in Cascais with Paprec head to head with American Magic at times and coming off better. As Katie was just saying, watching the kinetics on board, watching how they set up the trim. But I think the general opinion from the Paprec team and some of the other teams is that Paprec are very quick downwind. So there we go then, Alcedo Vitamina doing okay down this run, slightly slower. There you see Paprec 11.1. American Magic, Katie, quicker down that left side, doing 13 knots.
Yeah, they're going really quick on that side. I'm not sure if that's They did try to jibe back across at one point, but ended up having to jibe back, kind of bounced off Alpha Plus. I'm not sure if that was kind of a strategic move to want to get back out there, or if they were kind of wanting to go more out to the opposite side again. But I think, American Magic have been going really quick for this last kind of 30 seconds to a minute, which is definitely going to help them when they come back across on starboard. Is potentially going to cause some carnage.
Indeed, but certainly that's the plan. That's why they're over on that left side, trying to come back at the Paprec on starboard. But really, for me, Katie, there's nothing to choose between the top four in terms of who's going to win this race and who's going to finish fourth. Anything could happen. The upper hand is with Alcedo Vitamina, but the advantage line is yo-yoing back and forwards. And even from that point of view, Alpha Plus are not out of this race at all.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in it. I think it's going to come down to execution of manoeuvres at this point. I think execute good jibes in the right place, and then I think that might just give you the edge. But it's too close to call at the moment. I think it's going to come down to the jibes. But you've got American Magic coming back across now on starboard, so we'll keep an eye on their angle coming back across, and whether Paprec decides to jibe on them, we'll see. But yeah, I think we might have a bit of a jibe off at the bottom here potentially.
Indeed, American Magic coming back on a nice angle, looking like they're ahead of a Paprec. And indeed, eating into that lead of Alcedo. But just Katie electing to stay left of Alcedo, keeping their powder dry, and as you say, if needs be, they'll come back at Alcedo on starboard, but there's really nothing in it. But great racing, Katie, so exciting down this first run of race 3. Alcedo jibe in front of Paprec. Need to come out a little bit hotter and just to hold their speed, keep their acceleration up, keep moving forwards on the blue boat. And actually, I think Paprec and Alcedo have got a nice vein of pressure just now. I love these little rivalries. Cameron Appleton sailed a season with as a tactician on American Magic. Any chance he can get to be ahead of them in a head-to-head like this will be sweet for him. But likewise, so too for Edo Stead. Edo has raced with American or with Quantum Racing in the past. I think won a world title with them, if I'm not mistaken, in Porto Cervo. Nothing in it between Paprec and Alcedo. Paprec have got themselves to the right. Will be hurting Alcedo very slightly in terms of dirty air, but then it's a long way to down to try and get inside them. There's the projected point standings if positions stay the same through the finish line. Back on board with Allegra then, the regatta leaders. They have the 30 or so meters to make up on Preveza to increase their regatta lead. It's only down to a point at the moment. But Katie, it's looking like it's down to American Magic and Alcedo who's going to win this race. Patrick going back at an angle that they'll end up behind American Magic. How far have we got to go, Katie? Not much.
Not long at all, actually. There's been so many jibes on this downwind. It's madness. But yeah, it looks like American Magic has just got the jump on Paprec, which is super impressive from American Magic. I mean, I think I counted maybe 4 or 5 jibes out on that right-hand side of the downwind, and I think to be doing that many manoeuvres compared to Alcedo, for example, who has, I think, done either 2 or 3 less jibes than them, you've got to be super confident in your boat handling, and there is so much you can lose in jibes. If you do one jibe badly, you lose meters. So actually, for them to be overtaking Paprec after having done so many jibes, that's super impressive. But they're now coming towards the finish. It honestly looks like it might be a photo finish at this point. They're coming back with the power of starboard, but they've just jibed back on top now. So I think it's going to be a really close one to call. And Paprec's still in it completely. So it's going to be right on the line that we're going to finally see kind of who wins this race. But yeah,
indeed,
absolutely.
I think Alcedo probably have the momentum at the moment. They're going slightly quicker. They're just going to be through by a few centimetres over American Magic. And it is the first race win here in Palma for Alcedo Vitamina, beating the world champions through the finish line. American Magic getting second. They were 5th at the top mark first time up. And just really nice downwind, jibed early. Patrick come through with a good third. They were 3rd at the top mark, and Alpha Plus coming through for 4th. Alpha Plus just lost out slightly on that run, but a solid result for them will keep them moving up the regatta standings. Then it's going to be very close between the new Prevezza and the old Prevezza. Prevezza have the upper hand just now, coming through with speed. Prevezza just pipping Criolla and Allegra. I think Allegra will get there for 6th. Yeah, indeed, there go Allegra through the line. Then Criolla. Brazilian team followed by Vayu. Then Platoon, I think, getting 9th. Sled 10th. The 11th's going to be Gladiator in the end. And considering, Katie, the recovery that Gladiator made up to 5th on the leeward gate, wasn't it? Then lost again for the top mark. It's going to be one to debrief, isn't it?
Yeah, they really got back into that race, but unfortunately, they dropped back down again. I think that second upwind was really tricky for them. They went round the right-hand mark, kind of following Paprec super closely, but they just tacked back a little bit early and ended up taking a lot of transom, so ended up ducking a lot of kind of boats back out to that left-hand side rather than committing to the right-hand side. It clearly looks like they had a strategy which they wanted to execute, so I think from that perspective you can't be angry if you kind of have a strategy and execute it, but it was potentially just the wrong one, which meant that they lost all those places, which is unfortunate for them. But yeah, they'll definitely be debriefing that one on the boat after this race.
A tough one for the teasing machine after that less than perfect start. Anyway, there we go. Also a tough day for Platoon, really not making inroads into the top half of the fleet. However, we should roll into race 2 fairly quickly. but we're pretty sure that Allegra will still be leading the regatta by, I think, a single point. We'll see in a few seconds, but a little bit of changes in the leaderboard, as we can expect. American Magic really strengthening their challenge with a really, really good second. Now just 1 point behind Allegra are the world champions, circuit leaders. 9 points to Allegra, 10 points to American Magic. Alpha Plus move up to third place with 15. Preveza also now starting to put together a consistent scoreline. 475 for 16. More like the Preveza of old. Alcedo Vitamina 610-1 for 17. Sled 7110. 18. Criolla 19. Paprec 20th. 20 points. 21 points for Vayu. 25 for Paduna Aviation. Gladiator in 29 and Teasing Machine in 12th. So that's the standings after 3 races. As we say, fingers crossed for 3 today, but we should roll into race 4, the second race of the day, very, very soon. Breeze is staying in quite nicely. Join us again in a few minutes.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew there in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big, big win for the Finns? Great racing, sled catching, American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my god.
Some infidelities, the real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm on. But then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands. apathetic and a little bit erratic, so I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl, and a 10 on a berlin wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you, and that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me not the petals hit the floor. And what you get is what you got when you can't pull no more. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl, and the time of Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you, and that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you.
Sometimes I play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show. But sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this. Oh, I live among the waves. Let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. My doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I have overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Oh, I
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone, laughing or crying, you're all alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain, it's on me. The past is on gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. He said to be polite, the only way to get what you want, the only way they like you is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain, it's on me. The past is on gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. Climbing to your bright future, even though you're dying. You fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again. Now blinded by beauty, You tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood, but it's better good. You know I come from pain. Say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me.
world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big, big win for the Finns? Great racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
So welcome back to the Bay of Palma this beautiful afternoon. We've done one race with the win for the Italian team on Alcedo, and Allegra just hanging in there with a single point lead at the top of the regatta standings. but we're looking at potentially a 3-race day. We're rolling into the second race. Conditions look to be still pretty decent, pretty solid, Katie Dabson. It's looking good.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Pretty similar to the first race, actually. Windward mark set a little bit further right, so it's set at 270 now rather than 255, which we saw on the second windward mark of that last race. So it's gone a little bit further right. But similar breeze, shaping up to be another really tight, really good race.
But really, we've seen so much determined by the approach to that weather mark first time up. Left side coming in strong. Let's have a quick look at the regatta standings. As I said, Allegra with that 6th place hanging in there with just by a single point. A little bit ominous perhaps with American Magic doing 5-3-2, getting better all the time over the 3 first races, up to 10 points, just a point behind Allegra. Alpha Plus 384 challenging for the podium. They're a single point up in Preveza. Preveza putting together a reasonably solid series so far. Alcedo Vitamina jumping up the standings with that race win. Sled correspondingly diving a little bit with that 10th place, dropping to 6th. Criolla in 7th. Paprec 8th. Vayu 9th. Platoon Aviation really need to pull out some good results now to get back up the leaderboard. Gladiator, then really tough race for them after taking that penalty on the start line, recovering to 5th and dropping to 11th. So really they need to come back with a strong result to the last year's world champions. And Teasing Machine then really just coming back to the circuit, finding their feet after missing a regatta. So Katie, what's your thoughts on this upwind? What did we learn from the previous race in terms of what side of the course is favoured? And it's all about the top mark approach, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was really interesting in that last race. All 4 of the kind of top boats had different strategies. On the first upwind, Alcedo started off the pin, went all the way out to the left-hand side, 1 tack back across. Whereas on the second upwind, we saw Paprec out to the right-hand side, really tacking on all of those shifts. So 2 completely opposite strategies, but both working really well for them. So I don't necessarily think it is as easy as kind of, there's one strategy that works for today. Other than I would say that top kind of coming in more top left is quite strong. But other than that, further down the racecourse, I actually think it's quite open.
And Platoon Aviation, we're talking about one boat which really needs to come out fighting and put a good score on the board. What do they have to do then in terms of getting a start, getting a jump in the fleet? Let's watch them. They are 2 boats up from the pin. Going to be a little bit more aggressive perhaps in terms of their tactics.
Yeah, I think they've got it's a really tricky one with this new boat. They're clearly still kind of getting to grips with it, trying to make it work for them. But I think they need to just make sure that they can find themselves some space and really let the boat kind of breathe and figure the boat out in terms of speed, and just getting themselves into a position where they've got a fighting chance to do that.
We're going into the final seconds before the start. Gladiator starting above the committee boat, coming in late and round the boat a few seconds late. Off the start line, Criollo seemed to have gone quite nicely. I think we're seeing a recall for Preveza. Having to duck back through the line, that's really costly. Maybe 2 also for Alcedo. Alcedo really haven't got a good start. American Magic tacking off early. Good start by the looks of things from Sled. Sled really need to come back after that previous race did not really do themselves any favours with that 10th place. They've made a really strong start this time. American Magic not looking quite so good off the line. It's a little bit of a scrappy start all in all. Very uneven lineup. Could this play into the hands of Platoon Aviation a little bit on this left side along with the Criolla, Katie?
Yeah, I think they both Crayola and Platoon have kind of got space to be able to get speed up being on the bottom of the pack. I don't anticipate them maybe going all the way out to this left-hand side, but I think the left-hand side is typically strong in Palma, and we saw it. Alcedo really made it work for them. This is Crayola's kind of like, I'd argue their signature move is kind of going off the pin, hitting the left-hand side and coming back, and they actually make that work a lot of the time. So I think Platoon is currently looking good on Crayola, so if Platoon can kind of stay in there and execute that strategy, then that could work really well for them and they could really be in the mix this race.
Difficult start from Gladiator. They seem to hang above the committee boat into the final seconds and then come in late around the boat and then tack off early out to the right, but that's really, those few seconds have cost them dearly in the early stages of this race. In 11th at the moment, Alcedo not quite so sharp off the line, having to tack away early just in dirt. Provezza over the line, and even American Magic didn't get the start they wanted, Katie, did they?
Yeah, it looks like really tricky starting here at this event actually. The boats are all super tightly packed together, and there's been a lot of issues on the start line with people being over or people being late, especially up at that boat end actually. It's a really tricky one. It's always a high risk move. I always find it really high risk in my own sailing. It kind of makes me a bit nervous if I'm sat above that ley line, because it means that you have to wait for someone to let you into that gap. If they let you in, amazing. That's ideal situation, because then you can just go off the boat and then happy days. But if they don't let you in, then you're kind of a bit screwed. You have to wait and go off the line late and then decide whether to tack out, but potentially have people tacking on top of you. It's a really tricky one to manage. So it's either kind of a do or die start almost. It'll either work really well for you or it won't work at all, in my opinion. So it's high risk.
High risk, it's kind of a little bit shit or bust in some respects, but Gladiator have made that work so many times for them themselves in the past, picking the side and winning it. That was really the foundation of their World Championship win last year in Newport, Rhode Island. More often than not, they won their side and went on to win the world title for the first time. But it's not easy on this race course, not by any stretch of the imagination. And everybody, Katie, everybody's pushing so hard to gain the first meters and get out to the first cross, isn't it?
Yeah, I think because it's a bit more of an open course and you've kind of, everyone's just pushing because they know that the start is super critical. And I guess it's the same if there's a gain feature. But everyone knows that the start and putting yourself in position to be able to kind of tack on that first right decision is really important.
Really great shots there from Paprec. I think Vayu and Sled alongside each other in a good vein of pressure. You can see the dark water to their right coming down the course. You have 12, 13 knots, maybe up to 14 at times. American Magic seemed to be quite happy on that right side, but it was interesting there, Katie, we were just focusing on Platoon Aviation coming off the line. They really had quite a decent start, but just not able to live with the boats above them. Had to tack off out to the right.
Yeah, I think Palma's a really tricky venue for, especially to be learning a new boat in. It's kind of there's a bit of an awkward sea state. It's not really flat. It's kind of awkward chop, sometimes building into kind of more swell, and that means that you have to be. It's really technical driving in that, and trimming as well. So if you're not 100%, if you haven't got to grips with the boat yet and know how the boat responds to those conditions and what the boat wants, it's super punishing to have kind of the awkward sea state.
You're always looking for something, and it's kind of trying to ascertain what it is, and then if you found the right gears. And I guess in their situation it's all too easy to start chasing your tail. However, they've got themselves out to the right a little bit, got themselves a decent lane for the moment. it's really tough to see them coming off the line kind of in seconds and third in terms of positioning off the line. But Allegra, American Magic are our top two boats at the moment. It's a little bit to the left of the middle of the upwind. So, and our race winners, Alcedo Vitamina, winners of the previous race, up in fourth just now. Katie, they had a little technical issue which required a small delay while they fixed something. Do we know what it was?
No, I'm not entirely sure what it was, but yeah, they kind of radioed to the race committee and asked for like an extra kind of 10 minutes or so to sort the problem, which I think is really cool. That, I mean, you don't get that in dinghy sailing, the amount of times where you're stressing over making a repair or changing something, and it's actually really nice that the fleet allows. It's fair, it's more fair in my opinion, so I think that's really cool that that's part of what the fleet does.
Indeed, just watching then Allegra going really nicely in this race. They're ahead of American Magic, but just our top three boats, according to the tracker, are very much in the middle of the course. Sled in the mix as well. They're in fourth. There's Allegra out to the left. I mean, there we see Sled doing a good job in this race so far. Mr. Akura there with the sun hat on the helm. Great to get an update from Don Curry this morning and saying how much the long time owner of Sled has come up through various different one design and Grand Prix classes. Still has a 12 metre, a vintage 12 metre, which he sails from his home yacht club in the New York Yacht Club in Rhode Island in Newport. But this is super close and exciting, this race at the front of the fleet, Katie, isn't it? It's Allegra, Alcedo, American Magic. You really have to have a boat name beginning with A to do well in this race so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they've made the decision that they must go in alphabetical order or something like that on the shore. But yeah, it's another super close race. I probably wouldn't write off those boats on the far side, so Alpha Plus and Gladiator. It'll be interesting to see where they come back on the fleet. But yeah, the Allegra and American Magic coming back across on this left side. They've got the protector mark to contend with, depending on whether they're on the ley line for that or under the ley line for that. That could be a bit of a pinch point on the course. If they have to kind of bear away to go round that, it could mean that kind of you lose the kind of possession almost, or you lose control of the situation. But yeah, you've definitely got a split that's going to come to fruition at this top here. So yeah, we'll have to see how that one plays out.
Great view there. The navigator's eye view of Gladiator on the right. From on board, we're seeing Gladiator in a nice high mode or nice starboard lift on that right side of the course. Who would have called that one? But Ray Davis and Geishe Parada have got that right for the moment. Sacrificing a few seconds, coming in late at the boat end of the line. And a big jump on the fleet for the moment.
Yeah, as you said earlier, we've seen that strategy work for them so many times. Kind of, they call it the dead bird, I think. They sit above the boat end and wait for a gap to come in and then swoop in and get it at the last minute. And then the early tack around the boat. But we see that work out for them quite a lot. Oops, sorry, a bit of a wave. Quite a lot in these Super Series races. But to me, it was quite a high risk strategy, but it seems to be paying off for them currently. So they'll be happy with that. A bit of a confidence booster. Hopefully they'll be able to kind of stay up there a bit more than they did in the last race.
Indeed, American Magic going well on this side. Say we were just watching the navigator's eye view, Sarah Stone's view. She'll be monitoring the angle to Gladiator all the time, but even without the hand-bearing compass, she'll know that Gladiator are well cleared just now. But as ever with American Magic at this point in the season, with a 20-21 point lead overall, they can afford to be a little bit conservative as they roll into their tack. Going to stay inside the boats out to that right side. We'll see, Katie, whether that left side pays out, getting towards the windward mark. Allegra going nicely, still holding second. But a great day's racing so far, isn't it? Just perfect, typical Palma conditions. Thermal enhancement, the breeze building.
It is. Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, they're fully powered up now. They're all hiking out. I mean, what more could you ask for from coming to Palma, honestly? Yeah, but they're like coming towards the top now. That left-hand side actually is looking less and less strong. I would have been really interested to hear the conversations about the strategy for this race before the race happened, because clearly most of the boats were opting for that left-hand side based on the race before, because that's been strong all week. It was strong first lap of this race, so it'll be interesting the conversations on those boats versus Gladiator, for example. Were they intending to do that, go out to the right, or did they just kind of mess up the start a bit and get forced out there? But so those conversations to me would be super interesting to kind of figure out what's happened there.
That's one for the dinner table at Gladiator tonight, Katie. And
I'll make sure I'm listening in on the debrief. I'll ask the questions.
You ask the question and then stand well back, but in the meantime it's also really interesting to hear whether difference of opinions, where Tony will tell you it was always planned and Gage will tell you they were a little bit lucky. But anyway, nonetheless, it is the black boat wearing the British insignia. Tony Langley's Gladiator round the top mark, really in the end with quite a comfortable lead. The dead cat, dead duck?
Yeah, they've got a super comfortable lead up here, actually. Dead duck, dead bird.
The dead
Close
bird.
enough.
And
Super comfortable lead for Gladiator there.
And Patrick squeezing up nicely to try and get in round this top mark. Are they going to have enough momentum to just get round? Alpha Plus coming round with more speed, more power, but Patrick getting round inside. Al-Qaeda, the meat in the sandwich, as it were, just now getting slowed very slightly by Alpha Plus, rolling over the top of them. What a mark rounding. Quantum, American Magic, Quantum just behind Allegra. Andy Soriano doing a great job as well, just squeezing around that top mark with a metre to spare or so. Platoon Aviation, then Vayu, Teasing Machine, and then once again we're now seeing Sled. So Sled struggled at the top part of that beat, and amazingly enough then once again in this race the two Prevetsas close together as we go for the early jibes.
Wow, Andy, there's been some mega action up here. We've just seen Platoon crash into the back of Allegre, who tried to jibe in front of them, and they've taken their bowsprit off Platoon by going into the back of Allegre. That was super unfortunate. That's really sad for Platoon. I'm not really sure what their plan here is now, but they've put the protest flag up on Allegre. I do think Allegre was in the wrong, trying to jibe in front of them out of the way, but that's really bad luck for Platoon, who are now probably going to be out of this race based on no fault of their own. So really tricky day for Platoon out here.
Indeed, just trying to sort themselves out just now. They're still waiting to get a kite up. They have no bowsprit and sailing clear of the pack just now. That's really costly for the German team. I think they're going to have to retire from the race. You can see the bowsprit completely knocked off. That's going to be a job for the Platoon Aviation technical team. New bowman there. That was nothing you can do about that just now. And I'm pretty sure they're going to have to miss the next race. It's an overnight job for them. In the meantime, Gladiator well clear at the front of the fleet, over 250 metres ahead of Paprec. Alcedo Vitamina in third, Alpha Plus in fourth, American Magic in fifth. But Katie, Gladiator have the bit between their teeth.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's one thing that Gladiators are good at, it's kind of coming back fighting and, really kind
it's
of
in the name, isn't it?
not letting the previous result impact them in any way, and just, yeah, exactly. They are fighters, and Tony absolutely loves a kind of a gladiator turn. That whole ethos is what he bases the whole team around, the fight and the spirit of the gladiators. So you kind of really see that, even though they've not had the start to the regatta that they've wanted to, they've really come back swinging here.
Indeed. A special shout out, I believe, to Carlo, or one of the grinders, who's cleaned up their onboard cameras just in time so we can get the inside view, the onboard view of the Gladiator. Last year's the world champions missed out so close to the winning the circuit title last year. I think they won 3 regattas last year. They were just pipped in the end by American Magic, or Quantum Racing American Magic as they were then. And indeed, thankfully, a lovely clean lens on board the Gladiator. AJ Arada there, the tactician, conversing with his long-time navigator Bruno Zerilli. Bruno Zerilli with his little ponytail in check under his hat just now. Trimmer there is Simon Fry, Stir Fry.
I think.
Go on, Katie.
I think it was a really nice play from Gladiator here, actually, to carry on out on starboard for a bit before driving back. It's really easy, if a lot of the fleet are early jibing or jibe setting, it's sometimes quite easy to be a bit spooked by that, especially if you've got quite a big lead out the front. It's quite easy to be spooked by that and kind of want to follow and want to jibe out to follow them all, but actually sticking to your original plan and trying to sail the fastest way around the course is, I think, the best way of doing it. So I think they're looking pretty nice to me, and hopefully they're going to just keep racing their own race, as we saw in the other race yesterday and the one before. If you can get out in front of the fleet, and you can hopefully extend while everyone else is battling, especially with it being so close around that windward mark. You had 3 boats all stacked up on top of each other around that windward mark for second, third and fourth, and they're going to be battling the whole way around the course. So if I was on Gladiator and doing tactics, I'd be like, right, everyone just stay calm, racing our own race. We're going as fast as we can around here and let everyone else mess about behind me.
Indeed, things looking good just now for Paprec. In second, they're having a really solid day. Third in the previous race, got them up to 8th on the leaderboard. What a fabulous job Loic Perron has done with this team. And he is absolutely loving the sailing. A relative newcomer to this style of windward-leeward Grand Prix racing. The breeze is quite puffy, isn't it, Katie? We're seeing many more gusts and puffs rolling down the course. Great opportunities to make little gains.
Yeah, I think that with it being slightly offshore, you're bound to kind of get, especially with such a lots of big hills and mountains behind you, you're bound to get lots of gusts, some little shifts about, and it's just going to be about looking around and seeing where that pressure is and trying to get into it, and hopefully trying to predict what it's going to do as well, if it's going to shift or if it's what it's going to do. So I think at this point, when they're approaching the leeward marks, as a tactician, I'd be shifting my gaze to back upwind and trying to kind of have a look about and think about what my plan is for the next mark or for the next leg.
Anyway, Paprec in the meantime under pressure from the Italians on Alcedo. They're on their quarter wave. American Magic in 5th just now. There's quite a gap between them and Allegra in 6th. A nice little joust, a nice little match race between the two blue boats, the Italians on Alcedo, the French on Paprec, 2nd and 3rd. But it's a real runaway lead for Gladiator, for Tony Langley and his team. They really did call that first upwind beautifully. AJ Parada there directing operations as they take the kite down under no pressure as they head up this second upwind. Great shots, just showing the streaky breeze. And it's to say still super close between Paprec and Alcedo. Paprec will have the advantage going into this leeward gate. I think probably Katie going for the right hand mark, as both boats will do.
Yeah, it looks like it, and I would actually anticipate there being quite a bit of a split at this bottom gate, if nothing else, because of the traffic, because all the boats are so close together. You end up, if you're on the outside of a bunch, then you kind of don't want to be going round behind them, so you're almost forced to go to the opposite gate, which is I think why we've seen so many splits on the bottom marks throughout the racing in this week. I think it's purely because the boats are so close together that it's actually interestingly what at the owners' dinner the other day, Harm was kind of gave a speech, and he was saying that it's essentially like big boats but raced like dinghies, and I think that is the most accurate description. It's the same thing, and they're close as if you were in a dinghy, and it's really cool watching.
Anyway, Paprec coming round in 2nd at the leeward gate, going round the right hand mark, followed by Alcedo. In 3rd, American Magic. Meantime, Alpha Plus going round that left hand mark, keeping their air clear, not getting involved with the scrap for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. I think as much as anything, having clear air, getting through the lineup of boats coming into the leeward gate. And they're in clear air now, whereas those boats to the right have gone through the lee of some of the approaching boats. But Gladiator absolutely launched. Paprec 2nd, Alpha Plus 3rd, Alcedo Vitamina in 4th. And that lead is over a minute and a half for a Gladiator. What do you think of the second beat? Breeze is much the same, Katie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's much the same, to be honest. I do think we'll have less of the fleet heading out towards this left-hand side. I think kind of what I was saying about the having to choose a mark based on where the fleet is around you, I think that's exactly what Alpha Plus just had to do. They just went around the mark and straight into attack on the exit of the mark. So clearly they want to get out to that right-hand side of the course, but they just didn't want to have a dirty lane going over there, having to give Paprec and Alcedo mark room inside. So yeah, really nice play by them. But we've got two boats, we've got Criolla and Sled coming out more towards this left-hand side. But I think the majority of the fleet, after having seen how successful Gladiator made that right-hand side on the first upwind, I think most of the fleet are going to be wanting to head over there. It's just about picking your lane back over and making sure that you're not in a compromised lane.
Nice then, looking like a good day for the Paprec and Alcedo in particular. In the meantime, hopefully in a few seconds we might be able to look at the projected regatta standings in a few seconds, but I'm guessing that for the moment American Magic may have taken the lead, indeed, yes, by 2 points ahead of Alpha Plus. Who would have thought then, the team from Hong Kong with Edo Stead joining them on as tactician, working alongside Ian Moore, who he knows super well, does a lot of sailing with Ian Moore. Young helmsman Nick Egno-Johnson from New Zealand, a young Kiwi match racer. Tied just now with Allegra. Alcedo Vitamina then moving up to fourth. Paprec in fifth, but there's only a point between the two. And they're having a great scrap on the water just now, are Alcedo and Paprec. Who's going to come ashore of these two ahead? And in the meantime, Sled, who were just a point behind the regatta leaders, Allegra, now dropping to seventh. And it's going to be really tough mentally then for Platoon Aviation. Be interested to see what the interpretation is of that situation with Platoon Aviation and Allegra. Obviously, I'm guessing the umpires on the spot did not appear to penalise Allegra. Did you see it, Katie? Did you see the incident between Allegra and Platoon Aviation?
Yeah, it was pretty nasty to watch, to be honest with you. It's never nice when you see boats colliding like that, but it basically just looked like when they were exiting the mark, Allegra tried to jibe out in front of Platoon and just potentially slightly misjudged their jibe and their distances, and Platoon ended up sailing in straight into the back transom of Allegra. But yeah, it was pretty tricky to watch, but I think it was just one of those things where you just potentially slightly misjudge a distance. It's so easy to do, it's so hard to judge distances. It take you to do these manoeuvres, so yeah, it was a tricky one, but yeah.
We didn't see Allegra get a penalty, did we?
No, I saw the Platoon definitely had their protest flag up.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see. There was so much traffic at that windward mark that actually I kind of lost Allegra in the pack after that. I'm not sure if they also had a protest flag up, but that might be the case. But yeah, I didn't see them do a penalty. As I said, I completely lost them in the fleet because the fleet was so stacked at that windward anyway. It was all going on.
And then we were on board with the race leaders. Gladiator just struggling a little bit on that windward room. I'm not sure whether they have a problem. Anyways, I say this great battle for second, third and fourth going on between Alpha Plus, Paprec, Alcedo Vitamina, and then 20 or 30 metres behind American Magic Quantum Racing. On board the defending champions indeed from 2024, won in Valencia prior to the return of Terry Hutchison. Certainly closed up a little bit to Alcedo. Alcedo under pressure from the champions and the new world champions this year. Quite a gap forward to Alpha Plus and Paprec. With great conditions, Katie Breeze is in nicely. We've got some white horses. We're probably 14, maybe 15 knots of breeze we have now, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say about that. In kiting, we'd always say when it was windy, if it was white caps, we would say it's capping out back. That means it's kind of quite windy. So, yeah, it's capping out back.
What does that mean? Lovely.
Just
anyway.
means that there's lots of white caps about.
Exactly.
It means a good day on the water is what that really means.
Indeed. Certainly the Paprec team are profiting from the conditions. Loic Perronding his particular style of hiking. Loves to get himself outside. Watching the breeze coming in. Working hard with his helmsman there.
They've been working that right hand side really well on the last kind of 2 races. We saw it in the race before. They're getting out to the right hand side and then kind of working up that side of the course with playing the shifts and kind of looking for pressure, and I think they've just done the same as they did in the race before. Really kind of technical sailing upwind in terms of tacking on the shifts and stuff like that, and I think they've sailed this upwind just as nicely as they sailed the one in the previous race.
On board with the Gladiator then, setting up for their attack. So Hosking there, the main trimmer, is coming down, setting up his new sheet. A lightning fast passage across the boat with Jeff Povey. But really a very, very even top mark approach, really, by the looks of things.
I mean, I think they're so far ahead if we don't.
Anyway, this should settle the things in the Gladiator camp a little bit. As Katie said, rebuilding confidence. I think things have been slightly fractious at times. However, a race win always keeps everyone happy. Great shots all the way down the race course from this windward mark. Seeing Paprec there just holding position to weather off Alpha Plus. For the meantime, American Magic kind of held in check just now by the 2 boats in front. Katie, not much that the world champions can do just now, is there? They just have to be patient.
Yeah, for sure. I think be patient and try and pick people off as they can. I think. I wouldn't be kind of trying to do anything too crazy. I think just they know that they've got speed. They know that they can nail the manoeuvres and the tactics. They know they can put it all together. It's just about picking off the boats, I think.
Interesting just watching the angles relative between American Magic to the left of Paprec, sailing slightly lower, just clear indication of the port tack lift coming back into that top mark that we've been talking about regularly. correspondingly. Patrick maybe just a little high on the mark. Katie, how are you seeing this windward mark approach with Patrick leading this group?
Yeah, I think Patrick, as I said, did a really nice job up that up the right-hand side of that course. The left-hand side is definitely getting a little bit less strong, but they made really nice gains up there, and actually it's a tiny bit more spread out than the last up windward mark. They've got a bit more breathing room, all of the boats. They're not kind of going around completely side by side stacked up. They've got a bit more breathing room, so hopefully they can do more like BMG hoists and actually kind of, yeah, just race their own races a bit more. And or if I was Paprec, I'd be wanting to consolidate that position now, because Gladiator's obviously so far ahead that I'm not going to say anything actually, because that is commentator's curse. But yeah, if I was Paprec, I'd be thank you. I'd be just trying to consolidate that position and potentially again let the two boats behind me battle it out amongst themselves and try and race away from them a little bit.
Well, the action goes on all the way through the fleet. Look, here you see Crayola, Sled and Vayu going around that windward mark, still overlapped with one another. This is a fight to the very, very finish line. Unfortunately, there Allegra losing a few places over the course of this race, down in ninth just now. Oh, what a fabulous looking run this is. Bow's starting to really pick up coming out of that top mark. So do Paprec have to do, Katie, down this run to defend against Alpha Plus, or is it attack is the best form of defence? What's your thoughts? Certainly they've jibed earlier and let Alpha Plus go.
There's a tricky one. I think they've got to be mindful of Alpha Plus, but also the rest of the fleet behind them. And actually, if the rest of the fleet completely splits off from you, then there's no point in, like, if they kept Alpha Plus behind them but the rest of the fleet had the jump on them, then that's obviously not what they'd want. So actually I think following the fleet rather than following Alpha Plus and letting Alpha Plus go out to that side, I think is overall the safest strategy. They're clearly thinking slightly bigger picture, not just of the one boat around them, because the racing is still really close. The boats are all really close to each other, so actually, yeah, allowing the whole fleet to split from you, I think would have been a bad call.
Indeed. There's the projected points after the end of race 4 if positions on the water continue through the finish line. American Magic would be leading after this race by 3 points ahead of Allegra. Alpha Plus moving up to third and 19 points. 1 point behind are Alcedo. 2 points behind them are Paprec, Criolla. Pretty solid all in all in 6th, Sled 7th, Provezza 8th, Vayu 9th, Gladiator 10th, Platoon Aviation in 11th, and Teasing Machine in 12th. But really that's a big lead for Gladiator. Right now they're over 700 metres ahead, and it's a race for second now, Katie, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I feel like, yeah, for Gladiator, I think this will probably feel like the longest run ever, because you're just wanting it to be over, just so that you can get through that finish line and be like, okay, right, we've done it now. But yeah, the race for second is still really wide open. They're going to be there's a really big split actually now between Alpha Plus and Paprec, so they're going to be constantly looking back on each other to kind of see how the other boat's doing on the other side. I think for me, Alpha Plus's strategy is pretty bold, splitting from the whole fleet, because they've got the potential to take Paprec, but also the potential to lose out to a lot of other boats. So they've clearly gone really attacking on this downwind. They've clearly seen something out on that other side that they want to go for, and it might pay off for them.
Looking like American Magic maybe through Alcedo Vitamina on board with Les Bleus. Raymond Meisner there, doing the grinding, the aft grind. And Cedric Chateau on the helm. I say I have to really take my hat off to Loic Perron doing a little commentary, as I said, on that first race. He edited and he commented a nice little video which he posted on the French media, how to lose your first race in the 52 Super Series regatta. Just explained what had gone wrong. At the moment they're under pressure from American Magic. Picture we've seen a few times this season. American Magic rolling onto their wind. But this is a time for the French to keep concentrating, keep driving, get out to the jibing point, and try and keep inside American Magic, watching for them, any possibility of them jibing. Teasing Machine coming up with some pace behind. Meantime, Criolla rolling forwards on a nice puff. Allegri just to windward. Now then, American Magic jibing. Patrick have to go and maintain their position. They have to do a really smooth, fast jibe. Interesting, Patrick. Cedric Chateau just keeping the helm down a little bit longer, trying to build more separation, come out hot. American Magic build up speed. Patrick slightly slowed. This is another great jibing match, such as we saw yesterday. Patrick managing to hold their position for the meantime. Alcedo then have dropped a little bit now. They were fourth at the top mark, now in sixth. Wonder where the breeze is building down the right side. Maybe there's some favour there. Into value perhaps down that right side. Katie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, the breeze to me looks actually quite good on that right hand side. And again, I think kind of the risk reward for Alpha Plus going out to that side is, yeah, well, I mean, it's always a hard one to manage, isn't it? Yeah, it's looking like it's paying off for them at the moment, I think.
Yeah, I think Value have got themselves through Alcedo, Vitamina and American Magic. American Magic, for the meantime, rolling over Paprec. Teasing Machine actually not too far behind the boats to the left. Pushing hard as well, as it's going to be such an exciting finish. Sled there, going well down the right side. Pulled themselves right back into contention. From 8th, taking 3 places down this run. And this is quite a difficult moment for American Magic and Paprec. Pressure's come down the right. Crevettes have made a little bit of a gain. We're seeing American Magic dropping to 7th just now, but it's all on to the finish line. But in the meantime, it's a big win, over 650 metres ahead for last year's world champions. I think this is their first race win for Tony Langley's team since Saint-Tropez, believe it or not. Didn't win a race in Cascais and weren't in Bayona. And Ray Davis takes over the helm coming through the line. Great stuff. Good win for the British team on Gladiator. And it's going to be super close between Value and Alpha Plus. How many times do we see them battling out? Head to head. Team from Thailand, team from Hong Kong. Rivals from back home. followed each other successively into the onto the 52 Super Series. First Vayu, then Alpha Plus joined a couple of years ago, and it's a head-to-head through the finish line. Alpha Plus, I think, maybe going to get there. Katie, this super close once again for second and third. Who's going to get there? My money is on Alpha Plus. Seem to have more wind pressure, and it's building behind them. But the boat end of the line is probably closer. It's going to be super, super close. What a finish. And it's going to be Vayu. I think Vayu get there just ahead of Alpha Plus. That's my call. Yes! 2 seconds! 2 seconds between Vayu and Alpha Plus. Really, is that a heartbreak for Alpha Plus, having been up there all the way through the race? Now head-to-head between American Magic, port starboard, coming across with starboard. Is this a chance for Patrick to jibe inside? This is going to be such a close finish. Katie, what's happening?
Yeah, it's a really close finish with all of them. You've got a bunch of boats coming in on port, a bunch of boats coming in on starboard.
Looking
it's
like
whether the starboard
Sled.
boats are going to force those port boats to have to tack out.
Sled are going to get through there just ahead, so a great recovery from Mr. Akura and the Sled team getting through. Then it's Alcedo Vitamina. Paprec are going to come through and hold off a great clutch of boats. Fantastic finish for the French team. Then it's going to be possibly Allegre and perhaps American Magic, and they get squeezed out at the boy end of the line. Prevezza and Criolla. What a finish. It could not be closer. You're going to hear a whistle. Maybe there's a penalty there, but Alcedo Vitamina get fifth. Paprec gets sixth. American Magic gets seventh. Penalty for Criolla, who were eighth. Allegre come through in 10th, and Teasing Machine in 11th. And of course, unfortunately, Platoon Aviation have to retire from that race. But what a fantastic finish. One of the closest finishes we've seen for a long, long time on the 52 Super Series. American Magic coming off less well, shall we say, with a 7th in that race. Just they're only 4 or 5 seconds behind Paprec. Alcedo Vitamina kept their nerve, but a great recovery from Sled. Sled, I think, were down in 8th at the second windward mark. Criolla having to come back and take a penalty, return through the finish line. Prevezza at one point were going really well down that run. But great result. 1 minute and 23 seconds, 29 seconds, I beg your pardon. Gladiator head then just 2 seconds. Tiny little Alcedo Vitamina get 5th, Paprec 6th. And American Magic Quantum Racing 7th, 8th for Criolla. A little bit of a damage to Allegre there on that aft quarter. Seb Tenhag, the project manager, coming back to evaluate, and they'll have their technical team ready to deal with that overnight. Not really a happy moment for the Allegre team, nor indeed for Platoon. Really difficult situation at that top mark, where Platoon Aviation just hooked the aft port quarter as Allegre were leaving the mark, having jibed. Hopefully we'll get some replays of that later to get some more detailed analysis, but not a good situation for either boats. But Katie, I'm imagining we'll go straight into third race. We've still got breeze, and even though it's 25 to 5 local time,
Yeah, the breeze is still very much in. I think they've definitely got time to get another one in. It doesn't feel that late out here when there's so much action. You don't want it to stop. So I reckon I could keep going for another 3 races if it keeps being like this.
You'd be out there in your own love.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm just sat on the back of a boat, so it's just me.
But anyway, your takeaways from that race, Katie, a great, if slightly unexpected win for Gladiator. I think we were probably both looking at that start that they made coming in late round the committee boat, tacking off out to the right. I think we're going, okay, let's watch this, let's see what happens. And they popped out with a big lead, which they never relinquished. But behind that, really, the action was all the way down that final run. Great recovery from Sled. American Magic getting into scrap with Paprec and coming off. Second best, just lost a couple of boats. I think the American Magic will be probably a little bit disappointed about that. Not sure that there was much they could have done differently. They were very much engaged with their race with Paprec and to greater or lesser extent Alcedo. And under these circumstances, certainly for American Magic, Katie, they could only race their own race and deal with their own the immediate rivals. There's not much they could do with the boats coming down the outside of them. They had to just deal with their own problems, as it were.
Yeah, if a couple of boats have split off from you that hard, you really can't do anything about it. There's no point trying to. Well, you can keep an eye on them just to see where they're coming back. But if you've committed, especially because there was such a pack coming back out with American Magic, and Paprec being sucked back into that pack as well. Actually, you can't do anything about those boats that have split. You've just got to try and win that pack that you're in, and that's the focus at that point for them.
Indeed, I mean these two boats were probably the losers in terms of that situation at that time. Paprec and American Magic, having been up in second and third at one stage in the race, to drop down to sixth and seventh is pretty tough. But that is the nature of racing on the Bay of Palma. Opportunities for gains and losses right to the finish then, Katie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone's switching around all over the place. And not just on boat battles, it's big splits as well. So kind of the gains are coming from every single aspect on this course, which makes for some really tight and really intense racing.
Anyway, it's a fascinating day's racing, and that was one of the most engaging and exciting races we've seen for a long time, even given the runaway win for the Gladiator. Seemed to be settled down and relaxed there on board. Yeah. Simon Fry there just sorting out the kites for the next race. What's the conversation on board the Gladiator at the moment then, Katie? You know them all very well.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to be pretty happy with that race. They're probably going to be discussing what went well, what they could have potentially done better. I don't think there won't be any chat of, we just nailed that, we can't do any better. There's always things you can improve on in sailboat racing. So they'll be happy, they'll be confident that they kept their lead. So clearly they're going fast. That's not an issue. So that'll definitely bring them some confidence. But they'll just be discussing kind of, what made that race a success, and then how to recreate that in the next one, sorry.
But has that laid a marker for the right side coming off the committee boat end of the line? Is that what we're going to see next time up?
Yeah, potentially. I think it's shown that it's a lot more open than potentially in the first race. I'm still not sure if going really hard to that corner could work, but it's definitely going to make people kind of think a bit more about the strategy. I think it's kind of one of those days where it's always changing, so I don't think you can kind of take for granted that it's going to be the same right hand side paying in the next race, but it's definitely going to be food for thought for all of the other boats out here.
Meantime, American Magic then just sticking to the long-term strategy, they'll make some small gains and losses, a point, a place here and there, I think, over the course of each day, over the course of each race. But for them, I think it's just a case of keeping cool, analysing the small gains and losses, and sticking to the overall game plan, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you'd probably be trying to not think about overall standings as much, given the amount of races we've got left to do in the season. So I think they're probably, well, my approach for it would be to kind of take it race by race, but obviously everyone's really different, and some people really thrive on that pressure of having, like, being ahead, and they thrive off that. But yeah, I think they'll probably be kind of thinking just about the next race at the moment, rather than overall standings at the current moment in time, I reckon.
Meantime, Katie, I think we're going to take a break, but what's the radio chatter we're hearing in the background? Is presumably we're going into a third race, or is there some discussions between the fleet? What are you hearing? All right. Okay, Katie, thank you very much. That is the second race of the day. We should go into a third race fairly soon, we think, but join us again in a few minutes.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close.
Great racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low. We're getting down, we're getting low.
every time I go out, I'm looking around to see you there. Where are you? My heart skips beating when your perfume's in the air. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. No, it's never
is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay. But then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand, and you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay. She loves me, not the pedals hit the floor. And what you get is what you got when you can't pull no more. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. You went from a walk to a crawl. Every time I pull it wrong, I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you, and that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you.
Sometimes I play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show. But sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this. Oh, I live among the waves. Let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Oh, I was made for this.
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone. Laughing or crying, you roll alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. He said to be polite. The only way to get what you want, the only way they like you, is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you told me. Climbing to your bright future, even though you're dying. You fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again. Now blinded by beauty, you tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood, but it's better good. You know I come from pain. Say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you told me. You are telling me, you told me. You are telling
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns? Great racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Welcome back to Puerto Portals then as we approach the theoretical midpoint of the regatta, race number 5 coming up, and race 4. What drama, what excitement all the way through to the finish line. We saw that collision at the top mark between Platoon Aviation and Allegra. Platoon Aviation, we understand, have repaired their bowsprit, as you can see right now, and Allegra got some time to make repairs to their port quarter, their aft port quarter. And they are ready to go racing again, though Platoon Aviation get 3 penalty points for that collision. Otherwise, a big win for Tony Langley and the team on Gladiator, which helps them in the overall standings. But at the top of the table, it is super close. There's only 3 teams now on 18 points. The top 3 teams, Allegra then leading just by virtue of countback for the meantime on 18 points. American Magic Quantum Racing with 18 points, and Alpha Plus third in that last race. Edo Stead stepping in as a tactician this regatta and clearly having a positive effect. They're in third just now. A 4-point gap to Sled, who pulled off a nice 4th place there in that race. Alcedo Vitamina, a good day for them so far. They did slide a little bit towards the end of that second race today for a 5th, but they're really going well just now, and they're in 5th just now. 22 points, 23 for Value, 23 for Pravetsa, 26 for Paprec in 6th. A little bit unlucky towards the end of that second race today for Paprec. They really have been going well. They're up in 2nd early on in that race. Gladiator then that race win brings them up to 9th overall. Crayola in 10th, and Platoon Aviation dropping to 11th with his penalty points. Teasing Machine in 12th. So Katie Dabson, super tight, super close at the top of the table. This is going to be decisive. Who's going to carry the regatta lead into the penultimate day?
I don't even think I could try to call that one. I feel like you're setting me up for a failure there.
Not at all. Be positive.
Yeah, it's so hard out here. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, the points are so close, I literally couldn't even call it because the leaders are coming from everywhere. But I mean, Alcedo and Paprec have both had quite solid, I think they've had pretty solid days. They've lost a couple of, I think they're doing the right things basically, but the results haven't maybe showed that. But
yeah, I think they both lost out.
With finishes as close as they have been, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they both lost out, unfortunately, as did American Magic in the previous race. But certainly the fleet gathering towards the committee boat end of the line by the looks of things, learning perhaps from Gladiator. Was going to be no easy start at that committee boat end. Gladiator lining up furthest to the right, closest to the boat at the moment. Alpha Plus trying to go time on distance to the left. American Magic going low risk along with Value on board quickly with Gladiator at 35 seconds to go. Alpha Plus going time on distance to say towards the pin end, but Katie, really everyone at the top third of the start line. The battle seems to be to go right.
Yeah, the wind has swung super far right actually from that last race, and I think we did see that in that race, which is why Gladiator managed to get out, have that big lead, was because the wind swung right. It was predicted in the forecast, so did they just clock onto that a bit earlier than everyone else? Potentially, but yeah, still a bit more right to come in the forecast potentially, which is why they're wanting that right-hand side.
Interesting, the start gets away, nice start for Alpha Plus on this left of the group. Also good start from the Whitcraft family on Vayu. Bow forward on Allegre. Paprec late. Platoon Aviation late. Platoon Aviation tack away early. Actually a good start from Alcedo. We can see them with the opportunity to tack early out to the right. Sled there in the middle of the pack. Casey, a good start, I think, from Vayu in particular, like their positioning, and so too Allegre.
Yeah, I think their positioning is pretty nice actually. Clean off the line. My only worry being them would be if you've got Criolla above them. The only worry would be them holding you out further than you wanted to go to that left-hand side if that right-hand side is really strong. But actually, now that I've just said that, they are starting to tack over now. So actually, yeah, I think Allegre and Vayu both looking really strong.
We're just seeing a teasing machine there, didn't appear to start. Allegre, I see, nicely positioned there in the middle of the group. Vayu and Alpha Plus once again side by side. Great rivalry, great friends and great rivals. Nice bit of banter between the two teams from Hong Kong and Thailand. Just 2 seconds between them on the finish line, but this race shaping up to be beautiful on the finish. This race shaping up to be beautiful. We're really Allegre coming back strong with an early lead. American Magic just to weather off them. Maybe just a little bit more wind to the in the middle left, I think, where American Magic looked to be nicely powered up compared to the boats in the extreme right, which would be Provezza and Alcedo. But so close. Certainly good for Quantum just now. American Magic on Quantum, Alpha Plus and Quantum, Vayu also now on, or sorry, Alpha Plus also on Quantum sales as of this year. So what are you seeing so far, Katie? It's not quite the drag race out to the right that we maybe thought. I'm really liking Allegre's positioning. And actually it could be the left, looking at Alpha Plus and Vayu.
Yeah, I think they're looking pretty nice to me as well. I think that might all change though as we get further into the shore. I think if you look at the last race, Gladiator, the only boat that was or the boat that was furthest out that way, they didn't seem to be kind of at the top of the leaderboard until they were really in that corner and they tacked back. So actually, at this point, it's quite hard to tell. But yeah, I think clearly everyone wants that right-hand side. It's just how hard you go into that right-hand side and how much of the starboard you do before you go back over there. But yeah, it'll be interesting if any of the boats tack back onto starboard to try and hitch up a little bit. Keeping an eye on those crosses and those ducks will give you a more of an indication of kind of how the race is shaping up.
On board with Criollo. Edward past the owner-driver on Criolla. Mid-fleet just now. I see this really at the moment between Allegra and Alpha Plus. Whether Criolla can get out to the, whether Alcedo can get out to the right and get some leverage, we will see. Interesting, yes, there you see on the tails tell the story. The boats on that right side, Provezza, Alcedo and Sled in particular, going into a progressive header which should turn into a starboard tack lift. In the meantime, Alpha Plus good on this side.
I think if Provezza and Alcedo and those boats going out to the right-hand side keep digging into that header a little bit, and if that header keeps on coming, then that's where they could come out really strongly again at the top compared to Alpha Plus and Vayu. Alpha Plus and Vayu have tacked back onto that now starboard lift, so they're trying to use that lift now as it's coming, whereas Provezza and Alcedo look like they're trying to dig a bit more into it and see if it carries on out there. So two different strategies here, and it's just which one will be the right one.
Indeed, as the boats on that right side start to roll into their tacks successively, but super close between the that group. Alcedo was first to tack. Allegra furthest to the left and just hanging on to the lead of that little group, just squeezing up to Criolla. Criolla just being hurt slightly by the lee bow from Allegra. Meantime, actually, coming out of this strong is Alcedo. Alcedo seem to have the legs at the moment. Nicely positioned. They have one boat above them. And that's Provezza indeed. Let's watch keep an eye on Provezza. It looks like Alpha Plus digging into something of a header maybe. Just going into their tack now.
Yeah, they've just gone back on that, so I mean,
are we seeing a bit of a split breeze, are we?
Yeah, they're digging back into a header. Yeah, I think I was just about to say, looking at the Provezza and Alcedo, they look like they're kind of lifting out on the other side, so I think definitely a bit of a split breeze. It's just where will that breeze end up when they meet, I think is the big question. But both of them kind of trying to win their sides of the racecourse.
Interesting just watching the converging angles between Alpha Plus and American Magic just now. Alpha Plus, I think, will be comfortably ahead. So Alpha Plus, of course, as you said, with Ado Stead calling tactics now, along with Ian Moore, the navigator. But what a dynamic upwind, really, in terms of the different breezes, different angles. Sled putting their faith in the right, along with Criolla, Provezza and Alcedo. It really is in the balance, and it's so much to do with the risk and reward is very much dictated by two different things. Aspirations for this regatta in particular, or looking to the long term, trying to preserve or indeed improve on a position on the circuit standings. And to that end, American Magic have the latitude to be a little bit more conservative How are you seeing it, Katie? Alpha Plus have our lead on the tracker just now. There's nothing in it between the top 4, top 5 boats. Gladiator.
Yeah. Alpha Plus picked a really nice shift to go back on, I think, but then again, looking at Provezza and Alcado, they just seem to be winding up on that inside, on the right-hand side of the race course. But yeah, I think American Magic, Gladiator, Alcado, Provezza and Alpha Plus, all of them are kind of, yeah, it's kind of just completely depends on what breeze they get in this top third of this beat.
And it seems like American Magic are edging a little bit more towards the left. I think as much as anything trying to keep their air free, trying to keep their lane open. It's tack and counter-tack with that top group out. In the middle. Provezza, good to see them up in the leading group this time. 7th in the previous race. Gladiator in 6th for the moment, but trying to get themselves around American Magic. I think was their nearest rival a few seconds ago. Close now between Provezza and Alpha Plus. For sure, a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a righty working for Provezza and Alpha Plus. Sam Albrecht there, the tactician on Friola. Alpha Plus tacked. And will go behind Provezza. And Provezza. Provezza attacking as well. Super close with this top group, just progressively working out towards the starboard tack lay line. Katie Provezza nicely positioned. They're having a little scrap with Alpha Plus. Will that open the door to a certain extent to American Magic and Gladiator, both working further to the left? Looking for that late left-hander coming into the top mark. What an exciting dynamic race course this is. For sure, it's changing all the time. A second ago, Provezza were leading. Now it's Friola and Sled, in fact. What are you seeing, Katie, on this final approach, top mark, third race of the day?
As you say, super dynamic racing. Everyone's kind of crisscrossing each other, just trying to find their route up to this top mark, trying to not be in dirty wind, trying to kind of get into controlling positions. Lots of boats, a couple of boats kind of already on this ley line. So you've got Provezza, Criolla and Sled all on the ley line. It seems if it's shifting this much, I would say they're on quite a tight ley line, especially Provezza on the bottom there. I think that's a really tight ley line unless they have maybe get a right-hand shift. But yeah, another super close windward mark. You're going to have basically the whole fleet rounding at once at this point again.
We're watching American Magic having to take numerous sterns in the end, going behind Gladiator. And meantime, John Cutler, you would put your money on as a helmsman who can get around a paper-thin windward mark ley line. And indeed Provezza then coming around a long time since we have seen them leading a race. Could this be enough for them to get away. Criolla, then the former Provezza, getting round in second. Sled in third. Fourth will be Alcedo. Fifth, Alpha Plus. Paprec. Now then, it's getting messy just behind. Platoon Aviation are starved of wind on a very low lay line. They do have mark room, but they need to value need to keep clear. But it's a slow mark rounding, and they get round without touching the mark. Meantime, American Magic have pace, and indeed they get round just ahead of value. But American Magic have speed. Gladiator coming round inside now. To me, I think they're on the mark. If not, it was very, very close. Clearly, it's okay. Value coming up. But that's deep for American Magic coming round in 8th. So Paprec 6th, Platoon Aviation 7th, American Magic, Value, Gladiator and Allegra in 11th. Remember that Teasing Machine did not start. And split opinions down this run, Katie. Big
yeah,
split.
I think watching that offset leg, actually, that was really interesting. Provezza actually hoisted their kite on the spreader leg, which I've not seen any of the other boats do so far. But they hoisted the kite on the spreader leg and then went straight into the jibe around the mark. So I wonder if that was kind of something that they kind of discussed as the quicker way of doing a jibe set around the mark, maybe to hoist before the spreader mark. But yeah, they clearly want to get out to the other side. But looking at the tracking and the standings, I don't actually think that's paid off for them. And I think because the fleet was so close above them, when they jibed out, they just jibed out underneath the fleet, which meant they were a bit slower for a bit longer than Criolla was out and Sled out carrying on starboard. They just had a bit more speed for a bit longer. So maybe something good will come of that, of where Provezza is sailing to. Maybe they see something longer term and they're thinking longer term gains, but initial gains, I think, to Criolla and Sled down this run.
Indeed, obviously, Breeze quite right-handed for the Provezza as they came across that offset. Hence the reason they want to, or got the kite up early, jibed early. However, let's see how this plays out now. Criolla have gone on a little bit further. This will now settle as we go down this first run. Indeed, just watching then the boats which jibed early, Alcedo in particular, Paprec platoon. For me, Katie, Sled probably slightly more conservative in terms of positioning. I think we'll see Provezza coming back progressively for their position on this run. On board with Criolla.
Yeah, driving down the middle of the course is always a conservative strategy, and it quite often doesn't work in asymmetric racing. You're more often going to the corners. So yeah, going back down that middle of the downwind for Sled. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
To me, the breeze looks like it's easing off, as we might expect at 10 to 6 local time. So that's our projected points if positions were to stay the same through the finish line. We could see Alpha Plus leading the regatta, but everything to play for. American Magic dropping to 4th. But really, what a fantastic regatta so far. Loads of drama. Great racing as often we have on the Bay of Palma. It was said many times before, Nacho Postigo on the Preveza really knows the subtleties of the breeze on his home waters as well as anyone. But for all that, Criolla and Sled have won the World Championship here. They've won the 52 Super Series here. And as Don Cowie was telling us in the early pre-dockout interviews, saying that they feel really strong in this light to moderate breeze. Breeze has eased off. Probably 10 knots now, Katie, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely easing off a little bit. You've got all the guys are kind of hiking a bit further forward now on the downwinds. Still plenty of breeze, and I still think it's plenty enough for racing. But it is, as you say, end of the day, it is forecast to kind of slowly start dropping off and go more right. So it is as on forecast. But yeah, no issues for the rest of this race, I think.
Maybe some gains down that right side to American Magic. Went round the top mark in 8th, but profiting on the right, which is we kind of thought was a little bit counterintuitive if what we saw on the spreader leg where the breeze was quite right. But clearly Victor Diaz de Leon and Terry Hutchison, Sarah Stone have found a little bit of magic. Coming down this run. Clearly on this race course, there's nothing is a given.
Yeah, looking at the numbers of the speeds of kind of the guys, American Magic and Gladiator, that have completely split from the fleet, they've been going pretty fast compared to the rest of the fleet, so I think they might have found some more breeze out on this side of the race course, and hopefully we'll see if that carries down with them or if it starts to even out a bit more at the bottom. But the breeze is definitely dropping across the course. I've kind of seen, looking out over the boats, you can see the teams bringing jibs up onto the foredeck, and I'm wondering if potentially it's getting near to kind of a jib change conditions where you want to bring out your bigger jibs in the lighter winds if they're anticipating more of a drop. So they'll be thinking about not only strategy to get to these leeward marks, but also kind of strategy for the upwind on any sail changes they want to make for the next lap of the course.
For sure, in the meantime, a nice gain to American Magic, and in the end also Gladiator working that right side off this downwind. But we'll see certainly a very dynamic breeze this late in the afternoon when you have the sea breeze starts to ease off. The gradient northerly is still up in the north of the island. As the temperatures even out, then we very, very often see different breezes, different situations affecting the late afternoon racing. But anyway, all credit to American Magic at the moment. They've really sailed a great run, coming into this leeward gate now with a lead of over 150 metres. Privet's the leaders at the first mark. We see them in fourth at the moment. And for sure this Gagla boat's second through to ninth is going to be an interesting lure gate. Particularly, I guess, with Gladiator trying to get into this pack. Coming in on port with a bunch of starboard boats.
Yeah, they've got a wall of boats to contend with there. I'd be pretty nervous if I was there with how I was going to get out of this kind of scot-free. But hopefully, it looks like the pack of boats is jibing back now. So not trying to attack Gladiator too hard there, but yeah, I think they got out quite well of that situation.
So kudos to the American Magic team, defending 2024 circuit champions, the world champions. A moment of inspiration, working that right side coming downwind, and has given them quite a comfortable lead. It will be, I think, Criolla going through in second, Alpha Plus potentially third, but Criolla and Alpha Plus going towards that right hand mark, looking downwind. Looking upwind. Gladiator, I think, coming in with a...
For me, I think this left-hand mark is a little bit biased, but I think potentially Criolla and Alpha Plus maybe realised that kind of Gladiator would have had mark room inside them, and because they were a bit further back, they potentially didn't want to give up that space, so going to the other mark seemed like the better option in terms of boat-on-boat strategy there. But it's definitely got a lot softer up this second downwind. The second upwind I think is going to be quite a bit softer.
Alpha Plus get through in fourth. Platoon Aviation make a nice recovery up to fifth. Nice to see the German team finish on a more positive note. Patrick going round to the right hand mark. Pravetsa, Patrick, Sled. So Pravetsa dropped from first to sixth on that run. So we're seeing a penalty for Platoon, I think. Not quite sure what happened. Did you see that, Katie? A penalty for Platoon and Algedo, I believe.
Yeah, I think, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I think Algedo was doing a penalty, and then Platoon had, on the downwind leg, and then Platoon has already rounded the mark and was going upwind, and I'm just wondering if they had kind of an incident between those two. But yeah, that's not what either boats kind of want to be doing, is penalty turn, or any boats really, doing penalty turns in racing this tight. It's so costly.
Indeed. Anyway, Platoon fifth or sixth. Battling with Pravetsa up this second upwind. Gladiator, we saw, really did quite nicely coming into that left mark, looking upwind. Got themselves through Criolla and Alpha Plus, Katie, and out into a clear lane. This is looking good for Gladiator now.
Yeah, I think they handled that lure mark really nicely. I think they were on the inside, and as I say, I think that left-hand mark looking upwind did seem a bit favoured to me. It seemed a bit kind of closer to the boats coming downwind. They had less far to travel to it. But yeah, because they were on the inside, they had mark room, which meant that that was their mark. They could sail around the mark with the rights. And and choose the mark they wanted to go around. So I think they got around that really nicely.
Indeed, anyway, there's the projected points standing is changing all the time. American Magic then leading this race and correspondingly moving into a clear first place in this regatta at the midpoint, assuming we can sail 10 races. This is race 5, of course. Alpha Plus in quite a strong position now in second. They have 6 points in hand over Provezza. Allegra now in fourth, Sled fifth. Sorry, Alcedo Vitamina in fifth, Sled sixth. Gladiator moving up into seventh. But there's plenty more racing to go. But good to see some new faces or different faces on the podium now, Katie, isn't it? Alpha Plus and Provezza.
Yeah, for sure. It's so cool to see, like, yeah, any team. Well, it kind of proves that any teams can be at the top, and it's such an open fleet and an open course, and yeah, it's not predictable, which I think is what makes great sailing.
Indeed, and still a scrap between American Magic and Gladiator going on. Gladiator furthest out to the left. But really such close racing all the way through
really
today.
big split, like Gladiator here. I think that's a brave split from Gladiator coming out, splitting from the fleet when it's such a changeable race course, and you saw how I think that, well, they went from kind of near the back to second in one downwind, and the same can happen on the upwind. And I think splitting from the fleet is a punchy call, but if you see something out in that direction, then you've got to be punchy to get these race wins and seconds. So we'll see what happens at the top, whether it comes back good.
Indeed, to their credit, I mean, they came here saying they would push the envelope a little bit. They have nothing to lose in terms of points for the circuit title because they missed the Bayona regatta, and so they're prepared to push the risk a little bit more. So we're seeing that a little bit coming with them coming out to this left side. To me, they look just a little bit dotty at the moment, not quite in the most settled breeze, and if anything, perhaps knocking slightly. But I think, to me, a little bit low compared to American Magic. However, long way to go. American Magic, though, what a gain. They're over 180 metres ahead. But I think at this point in any race here at 6 o'clock in the evening, you could just want to get finished in a steady breeze, maybe diminishing, but hoping nothing too funky starts to happen, as we've seen many times at this time of the year, late afternoon. So that penalty costly for Alcedo Vitamina. They were looking at a pretty solid day with a 1-5 so far. So to value, an 8th and a second, now a distant 12th. But a long day, Katie, it's hard to maintain maximum focus as the breeze eases. This is the time not to make mistakes, and be aware that there may still be gains to be made on this final lap and a half of this long 3-race day.
Yeah, this is the kind of day where it's really punishing if you are fatiguing, because it's so changeable and you need to be so switched on to what's happening on the course and what's happening with the boats around you. This leg, the next leg, you just need to be so on it. And if you start fatiguing, then days like this are the worst day to be doing that on. As you say, it's been a super long day, so it's really tricky, and you kind of got to, as you say, not make mistakes and let everyone else around you make those mistakes, because there will be mistakes being made at the moment. It's been a long day, it's hot, everyone's tired after 3 races. It's just minimising mistakes and getting around as clean as you can.
And it's not just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue, it's the consistent concentration, maximum focus all the way through the races, and you just can't afford to let up for a second.
Yeah, the mental fatigue is almost what you don't notice, and that one creeps up on you. You can feel yourself getting physically tired, you can feel your arms hurting, legs hurting, but mentally you don't always notice it, and being able to kind of stay on top of it and catch yourself before you get too tired, or make sure that you're eating, drinking, all of that stuff to keep your brain fueled. The mental fatigue is massive in days like today.
Indeed, so we're just watching a Gladiator coming up from this left side. Certainly when we saw the live images of them last, say they were just a little bit lighter and more dotty, just hunting the breeze slightly, or hunting the pressure slightly. And we're seeing Criollo and Alpha Plus coming back strong on that left side on ley line. Preveza in 5th. So plenty still to play for then, but I think the 2, 3, 4, 5 positions down this run are going to be exciting all the way to the finish line. Anyway, American Magic, Katie coming round the top mark with a comfortable lead. Haven't won a race yet. Their best was second in the first race of the day behind Alcedo. Greg Gundel, then the super reliable bowman, so much experience on American Magic with his trademark white Oakleys. But they're well clear then, watching Criollo coming in for second. Gladiator just taking the stern off Preveza. Preveza tacking up now onto port. They should have a reasonable lane into the lineup. Criollo's best result so far was a 4th in race 2. So Alpha Plus round in 3rd. And it's going to be Preveza, Gladiator, Paprec overlapped. Then I think it's Sled and Platoon. And these are tough moments, really, psychologically, Katie, for these boats. More towards the back of the fleet just now. So Vayu, Alcedo, in particular, teasing machine. On a day like this, to come ashore with a bad result, particularly for Vayu and Alcedo, who have come off the back of a strong day so far. That's a big psychological challenge to bounce back from that, come in tomorrow having put this these less good results behind you. Well, Cato then coming in nicely round the top mark.
Yeah, I think.
Go on, Katie.
Yeah, I was just like to that point. I think it's almost like no matter how good your day is, it's the one you remember most is kind of your last result on the day. And going in, even if you've had a good day, having a bad last race, it kind of really dampens the mood of the day, I think. So being able to bounce back and kind of rationalise and figure out what went wrong and how to improve on it tomorrow, I think is going to be really important.
Indeed. And these teams go through such comprehensive debriefs after racing. It's very easy to pinpoint the mistakes that are so costly.
Yeah, easy in hindsight, but a lot harder at the time, isn't it?
No, indeed. But I mean, once when you look at the data, you look at what the loss is, or what caused the initial loss, it's much easier, so we say, to rationalise it and move on, move forwards.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Anyway, looking like quite an interesting and exciting podium at this midpoint, the equator of this regatta. American Magic leading. They have done 2 regatta wins back-to-back, taking control today and by 2 clear points, but Alpha Plus pushing hard. Preveza in 3rd. Allegra not too far behind, but so important to have happy owners, or owners who are happy at least at some point through the season. Ideally, everyone's happy at the end of the season, but to have had some high points over the course of the year is so important for the overall satisfaction of the owner and the team, and that's what keeps them in the game. American Magic going into their jibe of a big lead, 185 metres. But so too, it'd be great to see Crayola pull off a second. Our Brazilian team, as he said a few times over the course of our live broadcasts, coming off the back of a big win at the biggest regatta in Brazil, Ilhabela Week. They won there outright, and they were did a pretty good Copa del Rey winning races. They lost their main halyard in the first race at Copa del Rey, which harmed them, but they were in the hunt at that regatta with a big TP52 fleet. So, Katie, what's your interpretation of the top 3 then coming down this run? Any options for Edelstedt and the team on Alpha Plus? Can they pull off anything to get out of this sandwich? You've got Crayola to their left and American Magic to their right.
Yeah, I'd say just kind of, I think keeping patient and picking their moment to attack and to try and win out of the situation. I think they can maybe try and force a play from either boats, especially Crayola. But I think being patient and really choosing the time that you want to make that attack is going to be really crucial.
Mm-hmm. Looking very much, I think, like the podium is settled for this race. American Magic, Alpha Plus and Crayola. There's over 150 metres back to Gladiator, but looking at that aerial shot back up the track, you can still see these puffs, these little lines of extra breeze rolling down the track. Use one of these and you can make some gains perhaps, but American Magic closing out their first race win of the regatta. Remember, 3 teams went into this race, all tied on the same points. 18 points for Allegra, American Magic and Alpha Plus. Allegra unfortunately in 11th just now, so that's pretty costly for them in terms of their challenge for the podium. However, we're only at halfway of the regatta. Alpha Plus coming down this run really nicely. They've got through Criolla. Criolla probably have a little bit of a puff behind them. Slightly disappointing for Provezza. Of course, Provezza led at the top mark. Lost their way a little bit down the first run to go round Leeward Gate in 6th, I think they were. But actually the breeze is still in quite nicely. American Magic probably have one jibe to go. Katie, what do we think?
Yeah, I think they've got one jibe to go back in, but I think they'll probably head towards this pin end a bit more and then jibe back across. But yeah, it's looking like a pretty comfortable one and in from them. Having said that, it just kind of looks like now they're just trying to soak down to the line a bit. They've got the space to do it, so why not try and soak a bit to the line, do a really slow jibe through, get yourself a bit closer to the line before the jibe. As I said, if they've got the space to do it, then they're in no rush to kind of...
So win for American Magic,
jibes.
their first win of the regatta, one which will take them to the clear top of the table. A quick look at the crew lineup on the American Magic. It is, of course, Harry Melges, the fourth steering, Terry Hutchison, tactician, Victor Diaz de Leon, strategist, Sarah Stone, navigator, Sean Clarkson, runners, Lucas Calabrese on the main, James Dagg on the trim with Ian Liberty, grounders are Trevor Bird and Luke Muller, Matt Cassidy on the pit, Norm Burge mid-bow, Greg Gundell on the bow, and Lara Polsak the floater. So they're the race winners as we see Alpha Plus coming in through the finish line, just going to pip Criolla, our Brazilian team, and this is a great result for Alpha Plus, which will give them, I think, second overall going into tomorrow. So too a good result for Criolla. They've been there or thereabouts all the way around this track. Their best score this week so far after their fourth in the second race. Gladiator, winners of the previous race, coming in for 5th. Sorry, for 4th, I beg your pardon. Then it's Provezza. Sled were good in the early part of the race, but dropped to 8th through the Leeward Gate. A little bit of woulda, coulda, shoulda for Team Provezza. However, I think they'll be on the podium for the overall in the meantime. We'll see that in a few minutes, hopefully. Sled then, consistent. Platoon Aviation head-to-head just now with Value coming into the finish line. Platoon Aviation will get 7th. work in progress, the platoon aviation, you have to say. And Value coming through just behind Paprec. 3-6-9 for them today. And Alcedo Vitamina never ever give up. A great team morale, great team spirit coming back. I think they're just going to lose out to Value though, unfortunately. Yeah, Value probably just get there and no more. But battling all the way through the fleet, through to 12th place. Allegra then actually getting 11th, and Teasing Machine get 12th. So all credit to Doug DeVos's American Magic team pulling off that race win. Getting it right down that first run. Read the breeze right and made a big gain along with the Gladiator. Alpha Plus really, as much as anything, I think, Katie, big credit to Alpha Plus. I think they were just always in step with what was happening on the race course. There was no pushing out to one side to make big gains. I think that really is a hallmark of Edo Stead as a tactician, and proving the boat is quick and they've got loads of talent on board. And it would be so nice to see Edo having a positive impact on that programme. And Gladiator coming through for a 4th in the end. A 1 and a 4 will certainly keep the team a little bit happier today. Katie, your thoughts on that race then? It was really about that first run for American Magic, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was so much happening all the way around the course. I'm literally exhausted just from watching it. And I
was about to tell you. Listen, I hope you made some notes,
because I must be feeling by doing it.
I'm going to be asking questions when you get ashore.
Yeah, I know.
It is mentally exhausting,
yeah,
isn't
enough.
it? You live every tack and jibe, and anyway, but a really good day's racing. I think when our race officer sets out to do a 3-race day, you're always thinking, I wonder whether we'll manage it. But massive credit to Maria Torrijo, our principal race officer, and the race team on board the principal committee vessel, the race team mainly from the Rail Club Nautico de Palma, who are so experienced in running races on this bay. But Maria is the big boss when it comes to making decisions, and really getting 3 races in gets us a little bit closer to target. We should be at 6 after day 3. We're at 5. So that's not too bad at all. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But as I say, in terms of the initial or the interim podium just now, I think American Magic certainly deserve to be on top, Katie, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, that last race just kind of showcases what we know American Magic to be like, and just they're super reliable, and actually when the cards are down and when the conditions are really hard, we see their experience, and we see them really really racing well and doing well. So really good racing from them.
Anyway, a few tough breaks for the different teams over the course of the day. An emotional roller coaster these regattas are, even though the conditions might be relatively benign. It's a real up and down. I mean, I'm thinking principally of Alcedo and Allegra today. Allegra started so well and finishing with 11th today. I think the mental bruises of having a collision at the top mark are really, no matter what you say, will impact on their racing for the next race. It's very hard to come back and fight with a nice clean mind. So hopefully we'll see them bouncing back strongly tomorrow. But a massive credit to Alpha Plus going 4-3-2 for the day. You definitely take that one. Anyway, let's have a look at the regatta standings. I say after 5 races, it's American Magic Quantum Racing leading by 3 points ahead of Alpha Plus. Things looking really good for Alpha Plus. They've got 8 points in hand over Allegra. Now Allegra on 28, Sled on 28, Provezza on 28. So super close between the 3rd and 5th just now. Value up to 6th on 31 points. Alcedo Vitamina now on 7th place, 33, 34. Criolla and Gladiator. Paprec on 35. Platoon Aviation a little bit out of touch now in 11th on 48 points. And Teasing Machine struggling just a little bit with their starts and getting going, but they're in 12th on 58 points. So that's the standings after race 5. What an exciting day. No shortage of drama here in Puerto Portals on the Bay of Palma. Do join us again tomorrow at the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week. We'll see you then.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto Portals in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Great racing, sled catching, American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel
me something, it might just take the pain away. See, I've been thinking a million things I want to say. Now I'm looking in your eyes, but I'm wandering to your lips. See, I'm trying to keep it cool while I'm hovering for the kiss. 'Cause I've been needing you like
and add some infidelities. The real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with the group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic, so I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me not the petals hit the floor. And what you get is what you got when you can't pull no more. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you.
Sometimes I play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show. But sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, You're creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Oh, I was made for this.
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone, laughing or crying, you roll alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain, it's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me it's a You are telling me, you tell me. He said to be polite. The only way to get what you want, the only way they like you, is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain. It's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you told me. Climbing to your bright future, even though you're dying. You fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again, now blinded by beauty. You tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood, but it's better good. You know I come from pain. Say I can't complain. It's on me. The best is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling
tired just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go?